Chapter 1065. In the dark staircase, the goblin minions with yellow spots on their green skin huddled together. These goblin subspecies that had been bred in the Ash world had a stronger will than their relatives, and their passion for food was purer. Therefore, even when they were attacked by the potioneers of the Alchemist-Pharmacist Guild from upstairs, they did not run away recklessly. They repeatedly stacked and weaved shields made of shrubs and branches, and raised them high above their heads, forming the tortoise shield formation that was widely used in the armies of other races, but rarely seen among the goblins. Furthermore, according to their usual habits, these goblin minions had used clay, silt, and their highly concentrated urine to create a highly sticky paint before they launched their attack. They had meticulously patched up the shield. Although the smell of the shield formation was indeed quite terrible, this was also a fighting technique of the goblin minions. When faced with the alchemical fire oil, except for the canisters that exploded due to the high temperature, the rest of the alchemical fire oil that was quietly burning did not directly burn the shields and the goblin minions that were protected by them to ashes. Even if some goblins were scalded, the energy ointment that had been spilled on the ground in the underground warehouse could be used to save the wounded. In the end, they were able to rush into another important space in the underground building of the Alchemist Guild. They came to a space called the Potion Testing Field. This was a place used to test the effects of various new alchemy potions. There were hundreds of isolated stalls and a separate arena for fighting beasts. Every week, the hunter and farmer guilds would send some live beasts and livestock here. The former would be used to test the effects of the potions, while the latter would mostly be used as the food of the former. If the potions had mild effects, it would be fine. But if the alchemists wanted to test new potions such as the Berserk Potion or the Blood Potion, then the lives of the beasts as test subjects might be counted in days or even in hours. Before the goblins rushed in, the people of the Alchemist Guild had already injected the newly developed Berserk Potion into all the animals in the stalls, whether they were captured beasts or domesticated livestock. Then, before they retreated to the next floor, they viciously opened all the doors of the animal pens through mechanical remote control devices. At this moment, a sharp, ear-piercing sound reverberated throughout this level of space. This primitive and pure animal roar was extremely mournful and painful. Even the goblin minions, who had not retreated even after braving the alchemical fire oil, began to hesitate, not daring to move forward. Suddenly, something fell into the middle of the goblin minions who were still maintaining the tortoiseshell formation. It had the body of a rooster, the wings of a bat, and the tail of a snake. Cockatrices, a goblin immediately shouted. They recognized this small but deadly magical beast. This creature is a disturbing and disgusting existence. They were very cautious beasts and rarely left their nests. They usually fed on weasels and insects, and occasionally on berries and seeds. At the same time, they were also very dangerous beasts. Their claws were highly venomous, and they could spray corrosive acid. What was more deadly was that creatures of medium size and below would be petrified if they accidentally made eye contact with the cockatrices. Those of medium size would also be paralyzed. The goblins were no strangers to the cockatrices. When food was scarce, they would occasionally set their sights on the cockatrices if they were willing to pay a price. Usually, it would be a few goblins who were completely petrified and turned into sculptures. However, considering their unethical and complex eating habits, it was very likely to be a loss for the goblin tribe. The goblins could also enjoy a roasted cockatrices as food to appease their hunger. However, that was under the condition that the traps had been set up. The sudden appearance of a cockatrice beast in their formation gave the goblin minions a fright, and they couldn't help but spread out to create an empty space. They were lucky that they did so, because in the next second, a vulture horse descended from the sky and stomped on the cockatrice's head with one of its hind hooves, crushing the magical beast's skull. The cockatrice's winding tail twitched twice, and the scales on its body stained the coarse soil on the ground. Then it died. The vulture horse shook its body and smacked its beak angrily. It stood up on its hind hooves and flapped its huge wings in the air, waving its two front claws. It let out a low cry at the goblin minions around it. The sound was both violent and filled with a kind of hatred that was so pure that it was almost tangible. If the cockatrices had only made the goblin minions feel a trace of fear, then this vulture horse really scared them out of their wits. As everyone knew, goblins had an instinctive fear of horses and creatures that looked like horses. Therefore, when the vulture horse suddenly landed in the middle of the formation, the turtle shell formation that the goblins had been maintaining was broken. Even if they did not scatter in all directions, it was as if they had lost their backbone. They were no longer as brave and vigorous as before. Moreover, because the formation was scattered, the goblin minions around them would be taken away by the beasts injected with the berserk potion if they were not careful. Some would be thrown to the ground, and some would be strangled to death by their tails. There were actually more casualties than when they were burned by the alchemical fire oil. This is a little embarrassing. Walking to the potion testing field, Wugulu caught a glimpse of his goblin minion's cowardice in the face of the beast's attacks. For the first time, he made a self-deprecating remark. However, he did not rush directly into the battlefield where the battle was taking place. Instead, he began to size up the layout of the potion testing field. This underground space seemed to be built with some light stones and hastily assembled wooden planks. Large and small metal cages filled most of the space, and they were all wide open. Above them was the first floor of the Potion Alchemist Guild. Moreover, the arena-like area of the potion testing field did not have a roof. There was only a thick net hanging over it, presumably to allow the potion alchemists to observe the effects of the potion with their own eyes in one of the rooms on the first floor. Before the potion alchemists and the guards left the potion testing field, they had already retracted the stairs that led to the upper floor, and also put down the cast iron gates that were originally meant to prevent the beasts from escaping. Therefore, the goblin minions and the orc warriors that rushed in behind them were actually facing an awkward situation where they could not advance. As their leaders, Wugulu and Geller, had to find a way to vent their anger and to find a way to the treasury. At this moment, Geller was commanding the orc warriors. They replaced the goblin minions to hold back the berserk beasts. On the other hand, Wugulu was thinking of a countermeasure. When he saw the thick net, an idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Let's try using the vulture horse, Wugulu thought to himself. Immediately, he held the wild datewood mace and rushed towards the target. His eye-catching height, coupled with his red hair that was smeared with oil, clearly marked the path he took in the crowd like a shark's fin. The vulture horse naturally also saw the mountain giant that was rushing towards it. This wild beast that was already full of wild nature, and now that it was injected with the berserk potion, it became even more berserk. In an instant, it became 120% alert. Its body structure was a twisted combination of the characteristics of a horse, an eagle, and a large cat. Although its once bright reddish-brown feathers had become dull due to filth, its alert nature did not weaken in the slightest. Wugulu swung his mace and smashed it towards the vulture horse. The latter immediately leaped to the side, and Wugulu continued to swing his weapon in pursuit. As one chased the other, the vulture horse finally realized that it could not play hide and seek with a mountain giant on the ground. That was really too dangerous and too depressing. Thus, it howled and suddenly jumped into the air, flapping its wings like thunder. Because the vulture horse's body was rather large, the height of the medicine testing field was not suitable for it to fly freely. Following its instincts, this powerful beast circled in a circle and then rushed towards the interception net that was hanging on the roof of the medicine testing field's small arena. Force that beast back. The guards on the first floor of the Alchemist Guild noticed this, and some of them started to shoot with crossbows. However, because they did not want to kill the vulture horse, but only wanted to force it to land between the orcs and the gnomes to cause destruction, the crossbows that shot through the interception net only scratched the vulture horse's skin a little. Some of the alchemists also helped. Among them, some of them threw some poisonous smoke balls that emitted a pungent smell at the vulture horse. When the vulture horse smelled the odor, it let out a neigh. Still instinctively, this beast with brute strength wanted to land on the ground. But at this time, Wugulu had already rushed to its body in 2 or 3 steps. The mountain giant's 2 legs exerted strength as he jumped high, and the wild date with mace in his hand smashed into one of the vulture horse's hind legs. The spiked mace not only smashed the vulture horse's ankle, but also tore off a large piece of flesh from its calf. This kind of intense pain stimulated the vulture horse's ferocious nature even more than those arrows that scratched its skin and the pungent smoke. It let out a blood-curdling scream, and then flapped its wings even more resolutely than before, once again crashing into the thick interception net. This time, it started to use its sharp front claws to scratch at the interception net, not caring about the arrows and poisonous smoke balls that poured down from above. Finally, with a ripping sound, the vulture horse tore a huge hole in the interception net. Helpless, the guards on the first floor of the Alchemist Guild could only shoot the vulture horse's head with a crossbow arrow. The arrow pierced through its eye socket, killing it instantly. But what the guards didn't expect was that this wild beast would actually hook its claws into the interception net before it died. In this way, when its wings stopped flapping and its heavy body fell, it tore the interception net into 2 halves from the hole in the hole. The net fell to the ground, and coincidentally, it formed 1 or 2 rope ladders. Use the alchemical fire oil quickly. Burn this interception net. We can't let those bandits climb up. Someone shouted, but before those alchemists could bring out the alchemy fire oil, 2 silhouettes jumped out of the hole in the net one after the other. The mountain giant, Wugulu, and the beast man Gale didn't hide after discovering the opportunity and directly rushed over to open the path for the army behind them. One of them wielded a wild date wood mace, while the other wore a pirated fanatic armor and held an enchanted longsword. They quickly cleared away the guards and alchemists on the city wall that were trying to prevent the beastmen and goblins from climbing up. Their tacit understanding was like flowing water. Chapter 1066. Sticking close to the wall, little Dijin slipped into the mixed area that he rarely came to in the past. Strangely enough, although he was a bard by profession, his real performances were basically in other places. When he first started in this profession, his ability was not enough to create a wonderful performance. After traveling to many countries and accumulating a stomach full of stories and storytelling skills, the first thing he did when he returned to Thundertooth Town was to buy a shop for himself. Every day, he would open the shop to welcome customers and no longer have to suffer the wind and sun. An unbelievable crime. Dijin was silent in his heart. He did not use the word evil, which had a broader meaning, but used the word crime to measure the bottom line of society's moral standards. Although after a series of investigations, he had basically confirmed the truth of the matter, but he still could not understand why someone dared to test the bottom line of the scale of perpetual order. In particular, the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild was a legitimate guild. How dare they refine moon candy for profit? In order to end his story, in order to give an explanation to the little girl who died, tragically, the bard first went to the place where the caravan was killed and circled a few particularly likely candidates for the bandits. Then, he used his celebrity influence to visit some of the fan groups that were particularly fascinated by his story, such as the captain of the city guards in Gnome City and the manager of the broker who had connections with some of the black market merchants. He obtained bits and pieces of information from them. Following the clues, Dijin finally determined that the moon candy was from the mixed area of Thundertooth Town. Due to the difficulty of refining moon candy, there was no doubt that the only group in Thundertooth Town that had the ability to refine this alchemy product on a large scale was the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild. At the same time, Dijin, who secretly returned to Thundertooth Town during the day, also heard a piece of news. Gale, the orc who once dominated the streets of the mixed area, had returned. It was said that Gale had been very close to a mountain giant named Uguru in the past few years, and the latter's subordinates were goblins and gnolls. In terms of storytelling, all famous bards had an unimaginable talent, and Dijin was no exception. Therefore, it did not take much effort for him to connect the many possibilities together and piece together a conjecture that was almost the same as the truth of the matter. He was almost certain that Uguru was the one who killed the little girl's family. Because he found the moon candy in the caravan, he went to find the orc, Geller. The two bandit leaders hit it off and were ready to do a shady business together. They have calculated correctly that the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild will not dare to make a fuss about it, Dijin thought to himself. The two groups of people have joined forces to attack the guild's headquarters in order to obtain the gold drogo and silver cat that the guild has accumulated through crimes. He lowered his body and slipped around the corner of the street, sticking close to the wall of the Alchemist Guild's backyard. At this time, little Dijin no longer had the small rattan box that he had specially prepared for traveling. He was clothed in a dark brown hooded robe, and in the pockets of his robe were safely stowed the instruments of the troubadours, such as drums, castanets, flutes, scythes, crossbows, and so on. Gree, the devil's gut, walked out of his room. Two guards pushed open the iron-hooped door that was as tall as two people and stepped into the corridor on the top floor of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild. He decided to solve his own problem personally. He was holding a cube-shaped runestone in his hand. Although it was still gray and in a dormant state, there might be a few sporadic magic flames dancing in its depths. Only Gree's keen and insightful eyes could detect them. Indeed, in the eyes of those who had not received special training, it was just a piece of inferior glass with strange 14 sides, like a cheap prop used by a juggling clown. But in fact, in order to get the original crystal used to make this runestone, Gree had spent nearly 200 gold drogo. Yes, it was gold drogo. It was a huge sum of money equivalent to more than 4,000 silver cat. Gree had also spent a lot of money to cut and polish the runes into the required shape, as well as to hire a master sculptor to carve the runes on moonless nights. The powerful runes in the crystal were exchanged with blood and pain, and even Gree's own blood. Now, it was time to see if this deal was worth it. Gree thought to himself, now is the time to use my new toy. He quickly bit his thumb and drew the runes of the runestone in the air. With a skillful technique, he opened the seal on the runestone. Under the double effect of the excitement in his brain and the boiling magic energy in the runestone, he almost felt no pain. When he pressed his bitten thumb on the top section of the runestone, the blood that flowed out turned into an ominous black. At the same time, Gree chanted a powerful word, and the drop of blood immediately evaporated into a pungent smoke, forming a skull-shaped mushroom cloud. The carved runes shone as if they were alive. The green lines brightly illuminated the outline of the runes, and then gradually disappeared into a less terrifying but still visible light. Gree quickly and skillfully repeated the process on the other 7 sections of the runestone. After he was done, he carefully held the fist-sized runestone in his hands. Suddenly, a dim image flashed on the 6 sections of the runestone. He could clearly see the chaos and the massacre taking place in the hall on the first floor. He was not looking down from the corridor, but was in the middle of the battlefield, and he was observing everything from 6 different angles. Suddenly, he felt a wave of shaking. It was the visual scene in Griss's mind that shook. He impatiently patted the edge of the runestone, and the image stabilized. The battle scene was clearly visible. Well, almost. There was still a faint green on the image, but the overall effect was still acceptable. Whatever, it's not a big deal. Gree knew that the technology to make this runestone came from the brain-machine manipulation technology that Lord Keyes obtained from the gnome god of virtual games when he was on an expedition to Ramsey. This was because the runestone he bought wasn't of the highest quality, and the maker wasn't a registered craftsman of the Chamber of Commerce. Craftsmen needed to report and label their products. After some consideration, Jurglis decided not to do so. Therefore, it wasn't surprising that the runestone was slightly flawed. As long as it doesn't delay the use, Gree thought, and then he chanted a few powerful words. In a split second, a series of cracking sounds came from the hall on the first floor. 6 monsters of different sizes and appearances walked out of the wall. Griss had just activated the runic stone to connect with them. The 6 groups in his mind combined into one, but he did not see with his real eyes, but directly fed back to his brain with a stronger processing ability, so the user would not be confused. The images were the respective visions of the 6 monsters. At this moment, Griss felt like he was a master playing a huge and mysterious game. Those monsters were his chess pieces, and they listened to his great wisdom and could be moved at will. He could not help but take out a candy moon from his pocket and throw it into his mouth, chewing it in big mouthfuls. This feeling of control was too intoxicating. He was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. He felt that he was invincible at this moment. Nothing could compare to this feeling of control. Sweet, sweet violence. Gree growled. Chapter 10:67. Looking at the battlefield from the perspective provided by the runestone, it was as if he was there. Although it was very attractive, Gree knew that he had to focus on the upcoming battle. He had just chewed a piece of moon candy. Even though he had the devil's stomach and was immune to some of the damage to his body, the abnormal excitement in his brain could not be completely erased. It was easy for him to be attracted by trivial things. Therefore, it was not easy to concentrate. Finally, a simple but clever plan popped into Griss's head. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. He noticed 2 important figures among the orcs and goblins, Geller and Ugulu. The former had the best equipment among the invading enemies, while the latter's size was the most eye-catching. He quickly locked onto a path, corresponding to 6 different monsters, and then through the runestone, he transmitted his will into the brain of the selected monster. After entering the mind of the Bone Crusher, Gree also felt its consciousness, a wave of dizziness, extreme hunger, anger, and a very wild and primitive dullness. He quickly transmitted Ugulu's image and location to the Bone Crusher, and then gave him a very simple command. Go, Bone Crusher, kill him. This guy named Bone Crusher looked like a human doll made of clay or sewn together with scraps of cloth. These huge monsters were more than 10 feet tall, twice the height of an ordinary human. Its huge body was covered with needles and steel plates used to sew flesh together. Its scarred skin was about 4 inches thick, and its muscles were as rough and strong as the ropes on a ship coiled around its bones. Its 2 especially well-developed arms hung down to the ground like a gorilla, and its nails were like boning knives. At the same time, Ugulu's heart suddenly tightened. He knew that someone, or rather something, was watching him. He could almost feel the burning and hateful gaze drilling into his back through his skin. Were they the 6 flesh demon statues that appeared out of nowhere? Was it one of them or all of them? Although he disguised himself as a hill giant, he was still a demon from the 9 prisons of Bader. He smelled a familiar scent from the 6 things at the same time, as well as the stench of demons without even thinking. It was precisely because of this that Wugulu had raised his guard to the highest level, even though he seemed to be enjoying the fun of the battle. His premonition came true. Wugulu saw Bone Crusher charging towards him. Its shoulders were as wide as the carriage, and its muscular arms were so long that they almost touched the ground. Its hands had twisted and sharp claws that looked like they could easily tear through armor. Its thin and dirty fur had large boils full of pus. Its scarlet eyes stared straight at his own eyes, full of crazy and bestial hatred and anger. Whether it was the goblin minions or the half-orc warriors, they were all sent flying by his claws, as if they were rubber balls thrown into the air. "Come on, you damned bastard!" The hill giant swung its club made of jujube wood, intending to give the monster a good smack on the head. As Bone Crusher got closer and closer to him, Wugulu could smell the stench that came from the bottomless abyss coming from his opponent. This made him feel an impulse that he had not felt in a long time, and he almost revealed his true form. However, just as his club was about to touch Bone Crusher's head, a burning pain suddenly came from his ankle, stimulating his nerves. There was a foot-long and deep wound on his ankle, and the blood that flowed out had turned black. To make matters worse, as the pain passed, not only did his ankle become swollen, but it also showed signs of paralysis. At the side of Wugulu's body, a giant beetle about the size of a large mastiff had appeared out of nowhere. Its entire body was covered in sharp thorns, and its hard carapace was constantly changing colors. It had 3 pairs of razor-sharp claws and a razor-like jaw. Its head and abdomen were upright like a human's, and a pair of mutated front claws crossed in front of its chest, like an assassin holding 2 scimitars. "He's so damn rich to be able to buy the flesh of an assassin demon to make something like this," Wugulu cursed in his heart. However, he did not dare to be careless, because the giant beetle's body flashed, and it once again became one with the surrounding scenery. The ape-like monster called Bone Crusher had already closed in, and the hill giant could no longer hit it with his club. Wugulu had no choice but to temporarily throw away the jujube wood club in his hand. He reached out with both hands to grab Bone Crusher's wrist, preventing it from slapping his body. This scene was clearly seen by Gris, who was standing in the corridor on the top floor. He looked down at the hall on the first floor with his naked eye, and used the multiple perspectives that the runic stone gave him to directly observe the movements on the battlefield. Bone Crusher and the beetle assassin are definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. The situation here is set. Next, it's time to deal with that guy called Geller. Thinking of this, he looked again at the guild guards who were fighting with the goblins and half-orcs' allied forces. They were protecting a few alchemists and pharmacists as they fought and retreated. Gris could not help but frown. Then he ordered the attendant beside him, "Pass a message to Raven Thief for me. Say, if you and your bunch of rats don't go up now, then you don't need to go up and fight anymore." After that attendant received the order, he quickly ran to the end of the corridor where the sound transmission lizard's special pipe was. He opened the whirlpool of the brass pipe and grabbed a sound transmission lizard from inside. He used his finger to draw a few strokes on the thorns protruding from its back, according to the rules, making it forget the content that it had previously imitated. Next, he could record the message that he wanted to convey. Then, he fed this little guy 2 dried insects and softly repeated the message that he wanted to convey. Finally, he put it back into the brass pipe and tightened the knob again. Not long after, a group of ratmen rushed into the first floor of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild. Each of them looked as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Raven Thief once again gathered his remaining underlings and forcefully injected them all with a berserk potion, so that they could send themselves to their deaths with a clear conscience. What was even more exaggerated was that he even took out a weapon that he had never used in street battles in the past. Blast them! Raven Thief shouted at the top of his voice. A small group of rat men immediately separated the crowd and pushed the 5-barrel organ cannon that was mounted on a 2-wheeled carriage to the front of the group. Without waiting for the guards who had received Griss's order and were retreating in an orderly manner to leave room for the rat men to fight, Raven Thief ordered his underlings to fire the organ cannon and run. Bang, 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 bang. Once the cannon was ignited, the gunpowder in the 5 barrels was fired one after another. The thick smoke that came out almost made the gunner unable to open his eyes. The iron sand that had been used as cannonballs formed a fan shape and covered almost half of the guild hall. Whether it was the unlucky friendly soldiers who had been grazed by the bullets, the goblin underlings, or the half-orc warriors, all of them had wounds of various sizes on their bodies. At such a close distance, even if both sides were wearing some armor, even if the quality of the organ cannon handmade by the rat men was worrisome, the damage it caused was still real. In an instant, the guild hall of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild was filled with wails and cries of pain, one after another, incessantly ringing in the ears. Raven Thief, the leader of the half-orcs in the form of a rat man, laughed heartily. He was completely unapologetic towards his allies who had been accidentally injured. Little ones, let them have a taste of the fury of a rat. He wantonly roared loudly. It was as if he was not the one who had been forced to lead the suicide squad to their deaths just because of Griss's order. You can't do anything right, but you're good at ruining things, damn guy. It was difficult to see Raven Thief's face from the corridor, but it was not difficult to do so through the rune stone. Griss had a panoramic view of the ratman's face, and his disgust for this guy rose in his heart once again. Since all the combat units have been mobilized and Jean Zhuge has spent what he should have spent, we might as well get rid of that rat as well. Yes, that's right. Originally, apart from the Bone Crusher and Beetle Assassin who were working together to kill Uguru, the remaining 4 combat units were preparing to break into the back of the group of bandits. Although they had been charging at the front, after coming to this floor of the guild hall, Geller had magically appeared behind many of the half-orc warriors to behead their commander, the ugly half-orc who arrogantly called himself the Khan. But now, when Gree felt that he could no longer tolerate the arrogant and despotic face of Raven Hooligan, possibly due to the side effects of the moon candy, 2 of the 4 combat units immediately slowed down their advance. When Raven Thief led the rats into the battlefield, the distance between the 2 combat units and the rat man in the form of a rat was naturally a lot closer. These 2 combat units, one was called Split-Horned Bull, and the other was called Flintlock Soldier. Like the Bone Crusher and Beetle Assassin, they were also weapons pieced together with the flesh and blood of demons and demons. The former had the appearance of a yak draped in snow-white fur, with a heavy armor embedded with rivets. The pair of curved horns on its head were broken, made from the materials of a certain demon. After it was fitted to the head of the split-horned yak, it was still spewing white-hot smoke. It held a flail in its hand that looked like a chimney. With a casual swing, it could break the bones and tendons of a goblin minion. The latter, on the other hand, looked like a dwarf. But even with the dwarf's boorish aesthetic, this monster, that was covered in a layer of devilish echinoderm and sewn together like a swarm of earthworms, was actually quite ugly. It carried a platform on its back, and on top of it was a steam-repeating crossbow. Any enemy that approached it would be met with a shower of arrows. In its hand, it held a trident gun that was much taller than it was. It could be used as a weapon for close combat, and at the same time, it could also shoot from the ground. Chapter 1068. In the guild hall, the huge door that connected to the outside world had been tightly shut. A steel mesh gate and a cast iron door had fallen down, blocking everyone's way out. When Raven Thief returned, the guild guards and other alchemists all retreated to the corridor on the second floor of the guild hall, perhaps out of consideration for safety, or perhaps because the Ratmen's rapid barrage of friendly fire had really angered them. The guards had set up dear firewood and flintlock muskets on the stairs leading to the second floor of the guild hall. Anyone who dared to come close, whether it was the bandits or the Ratmen, would be mercilessly shot down by the guards. Now, the entire guild hall was like an arena filled with people. The air was filled with the smell of sweat, rust from blood, and the nauseating stench of excrement. The wails of the injured, the cries of the fierce battle, the clashing of weapons, the firing of flintlocks and crossbows, and the strange chattering of Ratmen all converged into a terrifying melody that could be deeply engraved in anyone's memory. Little ones, charge! Raven Thief loudly gave the battle order. However, his seemingly brave and vigorous way of commanding with a strong street fighting style was very easy to target on the battlefield at this time. The orc warriors and goblin minions who had climbed up from the deep pit in the middle of the guild hall along the rope net all knew that Raven Thief was the leader of the Ratmen. What else was there to say? No matter how stupid the orc was or how confused the goblin was, at this moment, they all knew that killing this Ratman leader would definitely be a great achievement. Moreover, they had come here to cut open the door of the Alchemist Guild's vault for money, so there was no need to fight to the death with the Alchemist Guild. If they could kill Raven Thief, those Ratmen might just flee on the spot. Therefore, the half-orc warrior who wanted to hack him to death with an axe, the goblin lackey who wanted to take the time to open a few holes in his body with the muskets, flintlocks, or crossbows they had seized, and the half-orc Congael, who grinned hideously as his armor surged with power and was ready to personally deal with the scoundrel who had slipped away from his hands. In an instant, all of them turned into Grim Reapers and approached Raven Thief. "Since you hate me so much, then all of you can die." "Yes, yes." Raven Thief glared with bloodshot eyes and took out a green flask from his tattered clothes. He didn't throw it out directly. Instead, he used the three-pronged steel knife to break the flask that was sealed by the high temperature. Green steam suddenly emerged from the mouth of the flask. He smashed the flask on the ground, and green smoke immediately gushed out like a geyser. Then his figure flashed, and he immediately hid behind an orc warrior. At the same time, he didn't forget to use his trident to open 3 holes in his shield. Under the pain, the orc warrior opened his mouth wide and inhaled a large mouthful of the rising poisonous smoke. Woo-woo! Ugh! Suddenly, black blood flowed out of the orc's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Translucent boils grew on his face and other exposed skin. This scene startled those who were about to rush over and kill Raven Thief. Everyone, including Gale, stayed far away from that strange and sticky steam. At most, they continued to shoot at Raven Thief with their long-range weapons. But this orc in the form of a rat laughed and hid in the steam as if he was taking a stroll. The crossbow bolts and bullets shot at him all lost their target, and that green smoke seemed to be under Raven Thief's control. It condensed and didn't disperse, and unhurriedly swept towards the fighting crowd around him. Before leading the charge into the Alchemist Guild's hall, Raven Thief once again filled himself with gunpowder. At the cost of permanently losing a part of his life force, he used a large amount of gunpowder twice a day to achieve a short period of time double the strength of his body. Coupled with the high-quality vitality ointment and detoxification potion he bought from the Alchemist Guild, he achieved the miraculous effect of being able to freely control the poisonous spore cloud without being harmed. Similar to the accordion cannon's rapid fire, the damage caused by the poisonous spore cloud didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Raven Thief, who was controlling it, could use extremely high efficiency to directly poison or stab to kill the orc warriors and goblin minions. But for other ratmen, being grazed by it was an extremely terrible thing. Many ratmen who were caught in it, after falling to the ground, would let out the same abnormal roar as the orc from before. Their throats were also completely destroyed by the green poisonous gas. But Raven Thief didn't care about this at all. For this, he had paid the price of permanently losing a part of his life. Therefore, it wasn't too much for the other ratmen to accidentally lose their lives. What a damned guy, standing at the top of the corridor on the 3rd floor. Even without using the special vision provided by the runic stone, Gree could clearly see what was happening in the guild hall with his naked eye. His dissatisfaction with Raven Thief increased by a few degrees. Leaving him alive is definitely an incomparably terrible thing. So, he directly ordered the cracked horn bowls and the flintlock soldier tear that bastard to pieces. The flintlock soldier took the lead. Just like a real dwarf, this combat unit pieced together by the flesh and blood of demons and devils had monstrous strength and violent instincts that didn't match its body size. Casually waving the fork gun, it sent a group of goblin minions around it flying, creating an environment for itself to snipe. Opening the bolt, it folded the fork of the fork gun and put it down. Then, it fiercely chopped the 2-legged fork wrapped in metal into the oak floor of the guild hall. "My gun is very big," the combat unit spoke in the horseflea language. It was unknown if it was because the craftsman who made it imbued it with such an indecent language system. The 3 aiming lenses on its head ring fell one by one, and the mechanical device was calibrating the focal distance, making a click-click sound. The lenses made of 3 different types of demon corneas gave it the ability to see through hazy and invisible opponents, and also allowed it to lock onto the target it was about to kill. Death is easy. Come on, I'll show you. There is no wrong that can't be repaid by killing you. While muttering in a low voice, it put a flathead bullet into the magazine and pulled the bolt with a click sound. It only took less than 2 seconds to lock on to Raven Thief, who was hiding in the spore poison cloud. Without hesitation, the flintlock soldier immediately pulled the trigger. Bang! Even with the fork as support, there was still a huge recoil from the barrel of the gun. The flintlock soldier, whose shoulder was pressed against the gun handle, was pushed back a step. However, he did not check the effect of his sniping. Instead, he immediately pushed the wheel of the steam repeating crossbow on his back and inserted a special crossbow arrow into the firing position. Whoosh! The steam repeating crossbow was fired, and the crossbow arrow shot straight at the spore poison cloud. However, this crossbow arrow was not aimed at Raven Thief, but at the center of the spore poison cloud. Accompanied by a pop sound, the crossbow arrow's arrowhead broke. The extremely expensive freezing agent contained in a thin glass tube instantly flowed out. The water vapor in the surrounding air automatically condensed into water droplets when it came in contact with the dark blue liquid. A negative pressure area instantly formed in a radius of a few yards. The green spore fog was instantly compressed to the center, and then the poisonous smoke and vapor were condensed by the water droplets and fell to the ground, thus dispelling the spore fog. Raven Thief's figure was revealed. One of his arms was dangling by his side, showing an unnatural crease. Because his body's senses were enhanced by the gunpowder, he was able to raise his arm in time to block the bullet before his head was about to explode. That King hurts. Raven Thief's face was full of veins. He coldly glanced at the high and mighty president, then clenched the 3-pronged knife in his hand. He was about to recklessly charge at the musketeer who had just killed him. He wanted to chop him into pieces to vent his anger. However, before this tyrannical idea could be put into practice, a new trouble came knocking on his door. A yak that seemed to have sprinted out from the shadows and landed on Raven Thief's body. Without a doubt, it was the split-horned ox. When making this combat unit, the craftsman sewed some essence extracted from the shadow demon into its body. This allowed it to travel between the shadow realm and the material world. The premise was that when it was in the shadow realm, it had to maintain a running state. Once it stopped, it would be trapped there. Of course, crossing such a short distance across the guild hall would not exhaust its stamina. It maintained its sprinting state, and the huge kinetic energy it carried was released on Raven Thief's body at the moment of contact, causing the rat half-orc, who weighed about 120 pounds, to fly high into the air. Not only that, but the cracked horn ox also leaped high into the air, swinging the smoke-hole-shaped flail in its hand and smashing it down on Raven Thief's body, smashing him back to the ground and bouncing around like a rubber ball. The flintlock soldier attacked first, and the split-horned ox sprinted forward to finish off the enemy. This was the best combination of these two combat units. If it was the other way around, it might also work, but it was not as safe as this method. Gree continued to control the cracked hornbull to trample on Raven Thief's tattered body. At the same time, he gave the order to the last two combat units that had yet to display a stunning performance to attack the Orc King Gale. Chapter 1069. The Wanderer and the Dried Skeleton General. Under Gree's extreme control, the two combat units were chained into the battlefield at the same time. The former was a humanoid creature wrapped in inch-thick steel armor. It wore a heavy helmet with two straight, spiral-shaped horns on its head. It held a heavy saber that was as wide as a palm and more than 6 feet long. The main material used to make it was the steel demons and blood-armored demons in the 9 prisons of Bader. The craftsman had welded the steel armor remains of more than 10 steel demons into the shell of the Wanderer and filled it with the blood and flesh of blood-armored demons. A skeleton admiral was somewhat similar to a Wanderer. It was also made from steel demon, but what filled its core wasn't the flesh and blood of a sanguine fiend or any other devil. Instead, it was filled with bones plucked from a bone fiend. Its appearance was very similar to Wanderer's, and it was also covered in steel armor. However, under its helmet, there was a skeleton without a trace of flesh. 2 wisps of dark green fire burned in its eye sockets, never extinguishing for even a second. The weapon used by the Dried Skeleton General was a long-handled war hammer. This was the standard steam-powered hammer of the scale of Perpetual Order. It was simple and sturdy. Under Gree's control, the two of them formed an assault team. They immediately targeted Geller, who was hiding under the protection of many half-orc warriors. The Wanderer swung his saber, and the Skeleton General swung his warhammer. The two combat units easily swept away the numerous half-orc warriors and goblin minions that surrounded them, as well as the numerous scoundrels that were foolish enough to get too close. The Wanderer took the initiative to attack first. He untied a small short-handled hammer that was first invented by the dwarves and named Dwarf's Arrow from his waist. He swung his arm and threw it at Geller, who was wearing power armor. The throwing method was very skillful. It was not a straight throw, but a parabola diagonally upward. Whoosh! Pa! Although it was a parabola, the warhammer's flying speed was very fast. In addition, the target was not too far away from the Wanderer. Therefore, Geller had just reacted and used his gauntlet to block the attack when the short warhammer hit him. Logically speaking, with the sturdiness of the zealot armor that he was wearing, even if he was hit by a flying hammer, he shouldn't have suffered too much damage. However, what he did not expect was that the flying hammer would explode the moment it collided with the hammer. It turned out that this flying hammer was actually some kind of camouflage. When it hit Geller's gauntlet, it immediately triggered the hidden runes inside. The abundant electrical energy stored inside the short warhammer suddenly found a vent and rushed into the power armor Geller was wearing. At this moment, the difference between pirated equipment and genuine equipment could be seen. Due to the gap in knowledge and assembly level, Geller's pseudo-zealot armor did not have any special runes installed on it, nor did it have any protective measures against overload current. After the current flowed into the armor, Geller was immediately electrocuted. Crackle! Crackle! After a series of electric explosions, Geller fell into a state of paralysis due to the electric shock. He couldn't move at all. In terms of racial characteristics, the half-orc warriors guarding him were very loyal. Perhaps it had something to do with Geller's long accumulation of power. They didn't stab him because they wanted to get to the top, and some of the guards with shields formed a shield wall around him in time. However, although they reacted in time, the Wanderer and the Skeleton Admiral were even faster. At the same time as he threw out the electric flying hammer, the Wanderer held his Zamedeo diagonally bent down and stepped on the path of an unstoppable charge. The Skeleton Admiral followed closely behind, and with the help of the Bone Demon's bones in his body, he cast a spell that summoned skeleton soldiers. Some of the goblin minions, half-orc warriors, or rat men that had just been killed had their bones instantly separated from their flesh. Then, they quickly got up, picked up their weapons, and continued to fight. The Skeleton Admiral controlled them and pounced on the obstacles blocking the path of the Wanderer and himself, using the skeleton soldiers to clear the path for the two. When they rushed in front of Geller, the formation of the half-orc warriors guarding the half-orc Khan had been disrupted by the skeleton soldiers. The Wanderer strode towards the scattered shield formation in order to accumulate the power of the Zamedeo. It did not swing its saber down. Instead, it relied on the heavy armor on its body and the force of the impact to directly smash through the shield formation, opening a path for itself. The one who really finished off the guards was the Skeleton Admiral, who was following behind. He swung his steam-powered hammer and swept away the half-orcs who were in formation. Those who bore the brunt of the attack, even their shields, armor, and most of their chests were smashed into a pot of rotten meat soup by the steam-powered sledgehammer. After the Skeleton Admiral's attack succeeded, its skeletal head kept nodding as its pale chin opened and closed. It was as though it was laughing maniacally. Perhaps it was saying, "This is a little interesting," but it couldn't make a sound. Following that, it dragged its steam-powered hammer and took a big step forward. At this time, the Wanderer's heavy Zamedeo also slashed down at Geller's head. At this critical moment, although the half-orc Khan was still in a state of paralysis, he still tried his best to tilt his neck to avoid the Zamedeo's furious slash, allowing it to cut into his shoulder armor. The heavy Zamedeo was deeply embedded in Geller's shoulder armor. However, even though the zealot armor Geller was wearing was a bulk product, the various parts were still removed from the original zealot armor. The shoulder armor was as thick as a finger, and the material was a special kind of steel alloy. As a connecting component, it was also equipped with a spring structure to absorb kinetic energy. Therefore, even though this piece of shoulder armor had been destroyed by the Wanderer's saber, the blade ultimately failed to cut into Geller's flesh. It only smashed into his shoulder blade, causing it to hurt as though it had been fractured. Creak, creak, the Wanderer twisted and twisted with force, then quickly pulled out his saber. With a paw sound, he cut off the damaged shoulder armor. He quickly crossed his two palms, twisted his waist, pushed his right arm forward, and pulled his left arm back. He wanted to behead Geller directly. Without any communication, the skeleton great general also approached Geller's side. This combat unit had inherited the insidious characteristics of the bone demon, which was its core material. Seeing that the Wanderer was about to violently behead Geller, it immediately stretched out its palm. Nether Soul Critical Strike. The negative energy that had been in the air for a long time condensed into a ball in the palm of its hand, and it smashed towards Geller like a missile. It had already noticed that the half-orc was about to recover from the paralysis caused by the electric flying hammer, so the skeleton admiral wanted to add another negative status on him to assist the Wanderer in beheading him. After using the Nether Soul critical strike, the steam-powered hammer was also swung in a backhand motion, sweeping towards Geller's waist and abdomen. Attacked from above and below, Geller's life was hanging by a thread. Chapter 10:70. There was great horror between life and death. Geller, who was horrified to the extreme, clenched his fists at an unimaginable speed and activated the few special function modules of the power armor on his body that were identical to the original Fanatic armor, with a special movement command. Following the completion of the command, 2 stimulant needles popped out at once and pierced into his body with a pew-pew sound. Almost at the moment when the Wanderer's heavy horse-chopping sword slashed his neck and the skeleton general's steam-powered hammer hit his waist, the 2 precious stimulants removed from the original Fanatic armor came into effect. This stimulant was a product of the scale of perpetual order that was not for export. Its actual effect was much stronger than the similar rage potion. In order to bribe the craftsman, who specialized in scrapping this kind of potion, Geller paid a total of more than 60 gold drogs. This was definitely a huge sum of money. If one had to forcefully convert it, the gold content of more than 60 golden Drogon daggers was basically equivalent to more than 2,000 ordinary gold coins, which were called calamity coins by other worlds. They were of very ordinary quality, and the more direct manifestation of the purchasing power was that this amount of money was even enough to buy a sizable noble mansion in Bite, the current central city of the Ash world. When it came into effect, while Geller kept his mind calm, his body's various functions and reaction speed directly increased by at least 3 times. The moment the axe touched his body, the half-orc had already exerted force on his feet. Together with the power armor that entered the overload mode at the same time as the stimulant module was activated, he was like a dexterous leopard cat as he dashed out 7 or 8 yards away. His heart beat vigorously, pumping blood to his limbs and bones, and then returned to his heart. Blood circulation, kidney, liver, and other detoxification organs were operating rapidly, completely eliminating the negative effects such as paralysis and dizziness caused by the electric shock and negative energy erosion. His movements were restored to normal. Not only that, but his brain was also operating quickly while remaining calm. These 2 man-made monsters are the type that I'm not good at dealing with. They have high attack and thick armor. The 2 monsters that Augiru faced were also the same. They are also the kind of enemies with high-speed movement that he is not good at dealing with. Obviously, Gris, who is controlling these monsters, has been observing us for a long time. Geller thought for a moment and came up with an idea. It's stupid to let them do this. We must reverse the current situation. Stupid big guy, Geller roared. With his jumping ability and the assistance of the power armor, the half-orc suddenly leaped across the literal, scorching battlefield and came to Augiru, who was wrestling with the Bone Crusher while relying on his anti-poison ability to resist the poisonous pincers of the beetle assassin. Let's switch opponents. I'll deal with these 2, and you'll deal with my 2 enemies. After saying that, Geller waved his long sword that was burning with brilliant flames. With a clang, he helped Wugulu block the sneak attack from the beetle assassin from behind. The half-orc, comma, Geller, comma, Geller, comma, Geller, 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 comma, Geller, 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 comma, Jigor, Geller, comma, Geller. The enchanted longsword was not swung, but because it was fast enough, Geller's cutting power was still strong even when he held it horizontally. His turn cut across the seam of the 3 pairs of legs of the beetle assassin and cut a large gap in the tendons and tissues inside. the beetle assassin moved forward slightly, and two of its asymmetrical legs were directly broken, and the other four legs were also crooked. It won't last long. Geller knew that he could not maintain this stimulant state for long. Not only could his body not withstand it, but the power armor on his body could not maintain the overload state for a long time. Therefore, he had to end the battle as soon as possible. Go to hell! Geller roared. He jumped up again, holding the hilt of the enchanted longsword with both hands. Taking advantage of the beetle assassin's slowed down, he ruthlessly stabbed the tip of the sword into the head and chest of its humanoid form. The blade entered the flesh, and a blazing flame suddenly surged out from the top, directly turning the upper body of the beetle assassin into a large torch. And this combat unit waved its scimitar-shaped colisary, wanting to drag Geller with it before it died, but its colisary could not cut through the alloy plates of the power armor. Chi-La, Geller pulled out his sword, raised his foot, and kicked the burning limb of the combat unit out with a bang. It smashed into the approaching skeleton general and wanderer not far away. Once again, he thrust out the blade in his hand, aiming at the ape-shaped bone crusher, whose wrists were currently being grabbed by Wugulu as he wrestled with it. I'll stop those two monsters. Wugulu laughed heartily. He suddenly exerted his strength and pushed Bone Crusher, who also had extraordinary strength, a few steps back. Then, without worrying about being ambushed by the former's claws from behind, he used the tip of his foot to pick up the jujube, wood mace that was thrown on the ground before. Holding the weapon, he swung his arm and turned around to smash the mace towards the other two combat units that had already closed in on him. Geller stabbed the flaming longsword at the back of the Bone Crusher. Because he was in a state of excitement, his sword was extremely fast. The Bone Crusher did not have time to dodge, and it was skewered on the blade of the longsword. Although this Bone Crusher was sturdy and extremely powerful, in order to better display its agility, the craftsman did not consider equipping it with armor when it was designed. As a compensation for its poor armor, the awl-like nails of the Bone Crusher were enchanted with a spell called Vampire's Touch. When this combat unit engaged in close combat with the enemy, as long as it scratched the enemy's body with its nails, it would be able to drain the enemy's physical strength by sucking the enemy's blood, thereby achieving the effect of healing itself. It was worth mentioning that if the enemy's agility was not high, but his physique and strength were outstanding, then the Bone Crusher would easily be restrained by the Bone Crusher. The Bone Crusher would easily be tortured to death by the Bone Crusher. However, when the Bone Crusher encountered Geller, who was injected with stimulants, agile and heavily armored, it would obviously be restrained by the Bone Crusher. No matter how the Bone Crusher attacked, Geller could easily wave his fist to resolve it, not to mention that there was a flaming long sword in its chest. That's right, the enchanted longsword was still in the chest of the Bone Crusher. It was stuck by the powerful chest muscles of this combat unit. However, because most of the muscles in its body came from a kind of abyss demon called the Bugala Ape Demon, and demons were not completely immune to fire damage, the Bone Crusher was actually quite uncomfortable now. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the middle of a battle, and there were some goblin minions, half-orc warriors, and ratmen who could be regarded as his allies that could trigger the effect of vampiric touch, Bone Crusher would have been beaten up by Geller's storm-like punches and kicks. It should be noted that the armor on the half-orc had many barbs and spikes. Chapter 1071. Gree Devil's intestines had just experienced a sharp pain. This was one of the drawbacks of using the runestone to link the senses of the combat units. It was fine if they suffered some ordinary damage, but once they were completely destroyed, like the beetle assassin, the sensory feedback caused by the death of the combat unit would cause the controller to feel a heart-wrenching pain. Finally, the president of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild, who had lived like a prince for a long time, could breathe a sigh of relief. He also noticed the change in the battle situation. After Geller adjusted his battle strategy, he made full use of his advantages and swapped enemies. With Ugulu, the beetle assassin was quickly killed, and then the Bone Crusher was caught in a fierce battle. As for the Skeleton Admiral and Wanderer, who were fighting passionately with the mountain giant, they no longer had the advantage they had in the battle against Geller. Gree angrily held the runestone, his head burning. His brain seemed to be burning in his skull. He could not help but take out more moon candy, put it in his mouth, and chewed it in big bites. The power of this forbidden item flowed in his veins like venom, making him feel dizzy and comfortable. At this moment, through the runestone, he could clearly see how the magic that connected the combat units was woven and the enormous power it used. He had to focus all his attention to ensure that it worked properly. He waited for a moment until the haze in front of him disappeared completely. He finally switched to the perspective of the flintlock soldier and the split-horned bull. It seemed that it was time for them to join the battle. Very good, Gree thought. It was time, because he was about to lose control of the enormous magic energy that he had to bear to use the runestone. The energy spread in his body like a raging fire. Although he felt that his body was full of power, it seemed that he could explode at any time. He felt dizzy and saw stars. Everything in front of him seemed to be shaking. He focused and tried hard to recall some of the incantations that he had seen in the operation guide when he bought these combat units a long time ago. For a long time, he could not remember anything at all. His tongue was twisted and knotted, and he did not even understand the words that came out of his mouth. Gree bit his cheek with his teeth until he tasted blood. The pain sharpened his mind, and he finally remembered the correct incantation. He opened his mouth, and runes burst out from the tip of his tongue, turning into rolling black smoke that surged with strange energy. Gree's heartbeat accelerated to an unbearable level. His heart was beating wildly in his chest, and he was short of breath, seeing stars. He knew that he was losing control of his magic, so he had to release this power before it tore him apart. Now! Gree opened his big mouth that was emitting black smoke and roared with force. Attack indiscriminately. I don't want to see even one enemy in front of me. At the same time, the remaining 5 combat units all received the order to release the big move, and they responded instantly. The flintlock soldier took out 5 special model Blossom Bolt from the ammunition bag hanging on his body and loaded it into the steam repeating crossbow on his back. The cracked horn bull lifted its hooves from the body of the rat-transformed half-orc, Raven Thief, and in the next second, it rushed into the shadow plane, accelerating all the way as if it would never stop. The Bone Crusher dragged its wounded body and forced Geller to pull out the enchanted longsword from its body. Then it slashed a few rolling wounds and finally succeeded in catching a half-orc warrior who wanted to cooperate with its boss to ambush it. In the blink of an eye, it cut open the opponent's chest and drilled in a very strange way. The Wanderer and the Skeleton General, who were attacking the hill giant Uguru from the left and right, took half a step back in unison. They raised their hands and patted their chests. The former's heavy armor suddenly turned the color of a cooked shrimp shell, and his body activated overload mode, directly burning the armor. As for the latter, with him as the center, a scarlet halo suddenly appeared around him, and all the soldiers who were affected by it were stained with blood red. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The steam-repeating crossbow on the back of the flintlock soldier fired all 5 bolts at once. They didn't aim at the crowd, but instead flew into the air. However, the crossbow bolts were specially designed, so they didn't fly too high. When it reached the height of the 3rd floor of the Alchemist Guild, it exploded. Shrapnel shot out from the crossbow bolts and smashed into every corner of the hall, regardless of friend or foe. After finishing the barrage, the flintlock soldier quickly ran to the corner of the hall. The rest of the battle would be handed over to the other combat units. If it stayed in the field, it would most likely be affected. The cracked horn bull, which had been sprinting in the shadow plane to accumulate momentum, suddenly appeared above a group of goblins who were climbing up the rope net. This white behemoth waved its smoke-hole-shaped flail and fiercely smashed the goblins together with its body. It transferred all of its momentum to these enemies. With a muffled rumble, its body smashed straight into the underground warehouse of the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild. The goblin minions and a few small teams of half-orc warriors who had yet to join the battle were all within the range of the split-horned bull's attack. They were hit head-on in an instant, and the awkward situation of being in the rope net left them no room to turn around. The rope net broke with a chee-law sound, and the goblins and orc warriors who were still hanging on it fell into the underground warehouse of the Alchemist Guild. Many people were killed by the cracked horn bull at that time. Those who were lucky enough to escape with their lives were not so lucky. They were used as cushions by the huge cracked horn bull. They were stepped on by the huge cracked horn bull, and their bones were broken one after another. At this time, Geller and Ugulu suddenly realized that their reserve team could no longer keep up. After the baptism of a round of fireworks, there were only a dozen people left in the Alchemist Guild's hall who could still fight. Among them, there were slightly more orc warriors left, because they were equipped with leather armor, chain armor, and other protective equipment. As for the goblins who were the first to act as cannon fodder, almost none of them could breathe now. Their corpses bloomed on the oak floor of the guild hall. But this was not the worst situation. The worst was yet to come. First, Geller witnessed the loss of an orc warrior on his side. The orc who had just been drilled into the chest of the bone crusher suddenly burst like a bubble. Amidst the blood, flesh, and broken bones, the bone crusher stood up. Although this combat weapon was covered in blood, it was very strange that all the wounds on its body had disappeared without a trace. It was impossible to see where the wounds were. Not only that, after drilled into the orc to heal, the bone crusher seemed to have fallen into a very excited and violent state. In order to drill into the orc, its entire body had clearly curled into a ball, but now it was like a sponge that had absorbed water. It was very obvious that it had swelled a few times. At this moment, although this bone crusher still maintained a humanoid body, its head protruded out, turning into an ugly rat and a ferocious wolf. Its body was covered with knotted muscles like a ship's rope. There were huge boils everywhere, and its skin was covered with mutation marks. Its claws opened like a rake, and at the end of each finger was a dagger-length sharp claw. Its mouth had huge fangs covered with saliva. Even in the noisy battlefield, its low roar could be clearly heard. Ayo! It let out a roar like a hyena's howl, then bent its body like a silverback gorilla and pounced on Geller in front of it. Even if the bone crusher's action of waving its arms looked like a tortoise's fist with the addition of its slap force and those foot-long nails, this guy was actually quite terrifying at this time. Clang, 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 clang. Geller was about to dance the big sword in his hand like a flower. Every time it collided with the bone crusher's claws, sparks would burst out in all directions. This actually made him feel very distressed, because the wear and tear caused by those collisions would definitely affect the quality of this enchanted longsword. After that, it would cost a lot of silver cats to repair, and this was under the premise that it was not completely destroyed in the battle. Just like the battle in the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild that was constantly deteriorating due to Griss's reckless actions for both sides of the battle, it was not only the crazy bone crusher, the musketeer that kept shooting from the back, and the split-horned bull that was intercepting the reinforcements of Geller and Uguru that were annoying. The remaining two combat units, the Wanderer and the Skeleton General also had an impact on the battle situation. The Wanderer quickly consumed his vitality as the price, as if he was going to die generously, and began to launch a desperate attack on Ugaru. As for the Skeleton General, due to the large number of bone demon bones in its production materials, it had a treacherous temperament. It had just successfully released a skill called Fear Aura. Whether it was the goblin minions, half-orc warriors, or the Ratman thugs that were fighting with it, many of them became fearful and hesitant. They became like chickens waiting to be slaughtered, trembling as they faced the skeleton soldiers that the Skeleton General kept summoning. When the smoke dissipated, a huge white shadow suddenly appeared beside a group of goblin minions. The split-horned bull that had accelerated to its maximum speed in the shadow plane once again appeared in the guild hall. It raised its arms and swung out its smoke hole-like flail, transferring all the kinetic energy that speed gave it to the enemy in front of it. The scene was like a whale suddenly surging into a pond, directly blowing away a large group of goblin minions. Chapter 1072. Dijin heard a strange noise coming from the hall of the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild. There weren't many guards stationed in the courtyard of the guild. They were probably busy fighting against the bandits who had rushed into the guild from the underground tunnel, protecting Gris, Devil's Gut, and his precious Silvercate and Gold Drogo. This was a good situation, at least for the bard's stealth. As a kobold from the Dragon clan, Dijin was a decent person. If he could not be seen doing something that violated the rules, he would not be seen by others. If this kind of thing was spread out, he would not only be expelled from Thundertooth Town, but also be gossiped about. After all, the profession of a bard mainly relied on reputation. Of course, little Dijin didn't lack real talent. Like all the bards who had their own legendary stories, Dijin was also a jack of all trades, although many people mistook this profession as a jack of all trades. He could not only cast spells, but also fight with the enemy like a seasoned ranger. In terms of stealth, Dijin was even better than some seasoned bandits. Almost silently, Dijin came to the outer edge of the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild building. The traps set in the guild courtyard were all marked by him with a special method after he saw them. When he withdrew later, he would not touch them. Moreover, before coming here, he had deliberately cleaned his skin and scales repeatedly with fine sand, charcoal ash, and clear water to get rid of the smell on his body. Therefore, the large dogs that were raised freely in the yard did not notice the visit of the Dragon family clan's kobold. Standing in the corner of the outer wall of the guild building, Dijin bent his legs and stretched his arms to twist the switch on his pair of spider boots. A small spider-shaped gem slowly rotated and returned to its original position. Before it returned to its original position, the person wearing this pair of enchanted boots could easily walk and jump on the wall. If he was free, he could even dance, just like a real spider. Little Dijin ran up and jumped up the wall. Under the cover of the night, he, who was wearing the stealth robe, was like a shadow moving on the wall. It was not eye-catching at all. He quickly climbed to the top of the building and carefully observed to make sure that there was no one on duty. Then he jumped and landed steadily on the roof of the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild. According to the architectural requirements of Thundertooth Town, as long as the building was more than 24 feet tall, it must be equipped with a specific specification of chimney for heating in winter. The diameter of these chimneys was at least 1.5 kobolds' shoulder width. Because in order to prevent a fire, every year there would be dedicated Dragon Clan kobold workers going from house to check and repair these chimneys and collect a certain management fee from the owners. Although most of the chimneys were equipped with anti-theft grills, little Dijin had also brought along some secretions of the rust monsters on this trip. These were not things that ordinary thieves could get their hands on. The bard had collected some by chance when he went to the Ramsey Plain on an adventure. With these secretions, he could easily etch a hole through the anti-theft grill to let himself pass. He used a light and sturdy rope made of spider silk and twine to wrap around the brick at the tip of the chimney. Then he hung the rope into the chimney. Dijin pulled the rope and jumped into the dark chimney pipe. Step by step, he slid down the heating boiler room of the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild. At this time of the year, the heating boiler had not been turned on. There was no one in the boiler room, and the door was locked from the outside. However, this was still not a problem for this bard, who had rich adventure experience. Using only a portable hand-crank drill and a thin iron wire, little Dijin drilled a hole in the elmwood door of the boiler room. He then extended the iron wire out and unlocked the lock on the outside door. He tiptoed out and carefully walked along the wall to the hall of the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild. There was a big battle going on there, and the bard felt that he might be able to add color to it. If you have any skills that I don't know, Geller dodged the attack of the Berserk Bone Crusher. He immediately approached the hill giant Ugulu and yelled at his ally, "You better take it out quickly. If you still hide it, you're digging your own grave." Ugulu waved the datewood mace and deflected the wanderer's heavy sword slash. This caused another inch-deep crack to appear on his weapon. There were already dozens of similar imprints on it. Although Ugulu would use tree sap to repair his weapon after every battle, he estimated that the datewood mace wouldn't be able to withstand dozens of wanderer's slashes. Not to mention, there was also a withered skeleton general with a steam-powered hammer who always supported the former from a tricky angle. "This guy has a point," Ugulu muttered in his heart. He had to admit that if he continued to hide it, tonight's raid on the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild would end in failure. At that time, not to mention devouring the devil's stomach to complete his third and most important evolution, even those gold daggers that could be said to be in his pocket would be taken out again. Although in this way, I have to kill him, who knows the secret. But that seems to be the original plan. Ugulu, who disguised as a hill giant, but was actually a guest from the 9 prisons of Bader from another dimension, made a decision in an instant. He was ready to lay his cards on the table. Roar! Ugulu let out a roar. His voice was so loud that even the entire building of the Alchemist and Potioneer Guild trembled twice. The dust on the ceiling rustled down. Then he twisted the handle of the datewood mace with force. The handle of the wooden mace was disassembled, and a hemp rope was exposed from inside. Ugulu hooked the hemp rope with his index finger and quickly pulled it out. Chi-chi-chi. The fuse was removed, and a thick smoke instantly spewed out from the datewood mace hidden in it, blocking Ugulu's huge figure. Hiding in the smoke and dust, he immediately threw the wooden mace at the flintlock soldier, hiding in the corner of the hall, according to the position he had just memorized. That guy had just attracted Ugulu's attention. He did not want to be on guard against the enemy's long-range sniping in the following battle. Since he had already decided to reveal his true identity, everything had to be carried out according to the war drill of the 9 prisons of Bader. In Bader, the priority to eliminate the enemy's long-range attacks was a rule that many demons had verified with their lives. Chapter 10, 73. The flintlock soldier was blown away and crippled at the same time. This long-range attack was powerful, but its body was not strong enough. Another wave of pain was transmitted to Gris' mind through the rune stone. The devil's stomach was in so much pain that his intestines twitched. He had to chew some moon candy to stop the pain. This also created a small gap in his control of the remaining 4 combat units. Taking advantage of this gap, Ugulu also completed his transformation. He no longer appeared as a mountain giant. His whole body had shrunk a lot, but his muscles had become tighter, like pieces of granite. A pair of curved horns grew out of his head, and tufts of purple fur grew out of his body. Dagger-like nails popped out of the tips of his front claws. His canine teeth were exposed, and his face had become very different from that of a humanoid creature. Instead, he looked like a bat. Demon Hound! Thanks to the vigorous promotion and education of the scale of perpetual order, all kinds of illustrated books introducing creatures from other planes were not rare products in the Ash world. Therefore, at this time, many people in the alchemist and pharmacist guild recognized the origin of this demon that had suddenly appeared. No wonder. Geller silently cursed Wugulu's direct female relatives. If any, in his heart, the Khan of the half-orc felt a little numb at the moment. If that guy is from such a background, should I consider cutting off all ties with him? Geller, who was in the business of cutting corners, naturally knew some of the bottom lines of the scale of perpetual order. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would have grown long ago. It was because of this that he dared to join forces with Wugulu to rob the alchemist and pharmacist guild of Thundertooth Town, which secretly operated the business of skuma and moon candy. He was very sure that those guys would not dare to say anything even if they suffered a loss. However, fighting with this kind of demon from another plane was also at the top of the list of things that the scale of perpetual order was determined to crack down on. Geller was sure that if the news of him and a demon hound's joint operation tonight leaked out before tomorrow noon, the stations of the scale of perpetual order near Thundertooth Town would all put up a bounty, and the bounty hunters who wanted to get the reward would line up from Gnome City to Spat City. Why don't I set things right, too? Glancing at Wugulu, who had changed his appearance and used the levitation spell to float in midair, the beastman Congail calculated in his heart, quickly calculating the gains and losses, as well as the risks and benefits of doing so. At this time, although the effects of the stimulants in his body began to fade, but because those stimulants were all genuine products produced by the scales of eternal order, Geller didn't lose too much physical strength. At most, he was a little tired. But the key problem was that he might be able to overcome his physical exhaustion with his willpower, but the power armor he was wearing had been overloaded for some time, and its energy reserves had almost dropped to the red line. What the F***CK? Geller couldn't help but curse in his heart. Most of the time, things were limited by objective conditions and could not develop according to one's subjective wishes. My ally... Just as Geller was feeling depressed, a voice suddenly appeared in his heart. The demon hound Wugulu finally didn't have to hide anymore and began to communicate with him using the soul language. This shocked Geller. The beastman was a little worried that his thoughts would be discovered by this guy, but in fact, it wouldn't. Although he had some basic knowledge, he still lacked the formal education and experience of the scale of perpetual order, and there were still many gaps in his knowledge of the demons from other planes. Don't you want to see my real ability? Then Wugulu will show you. Ha ha ha. The demon hound unscrupulously projected its wild laughter into Geller's heart. At the same time, he pressed his palm down with great force, creating a shocking sonic boom that instantly swept through the hall of the Alchemist Guild, and everyone looked sideways. The Wanderer and the Skeleton General were the first to be taken care of by Wugulu. In a split second, the two of them were shaken back by the compressed air cannon, and the horn formation they had just formed between them was broken in an instant, although Wugulu had used the levitation spell, and these two combat units on the ground were actually very difficult to threaten him. It was still somewhat shocking that they were defeated so quickly. Especially since they had been so brave before, their current situation was even more embarrassing. Using his own innate magic, Wugulu could casually throw out air cannonballs, as if there was no limit at all. In fact, when the demon hound launched this air cannon, it only consumed the sugar in its blood. Therefore, every time before a battle, the demon hound would eat and drink so that the sugar in its blood would soar to a terrifying level. And because of this, because of this habit of eating and drinking, the demon hound was also one of the few special races among the demons that had a limited lifespan. Moreover, what was even more amazing was that in terms of lifespan, Wugulu was actually just a cub that had not yet fully matured. If the demon hound wanted to mature, it had to stay in the material plane for a period of time, and through the feast ceremony on 3 full moon nights, it had to swallow 3 powerful humanoid creatures 3 times. Wugulu had already successfully eaten a mountain giant warlord and a desert elf noble. Therefore, he could transform into those 2 forms. The reason why he chose to attack the Alchemist Guild together with Geller was that he had set the target of the last feast ceremony as Gris, the devil's stomach. The president of the Alchemist Guild had a super strong stomach. If he could snatch this ability, then when he returned to the 9 prisons of Bader, his future path would be much easier. With that kind of stomach, he would be able to swallow more things before a battle, and he would be able to cast all kinds of spells with greater ease. Using the air cannon like now, with the blood sugar concentration that Wugulu had accumulated before the battle, he could probably maintain about 300 attacks in a row. And if he had the devil's stomach, like Gris, Wugulu estimated conservatively that he could increase this number by 4 to 5 times. That would bring about a qualitative leap in his actual combat strength. After using the air cannon more than 30 times in a row, Wugulu had created enough illusions. The guards and alchemists of the Alchemist Guild, and even the Orc Geller, thought that he would maintain this berserk state until all the combat units and the suicide squad of the Rat Men were bombed into dregs. In fact, there were only a few Rat Men left after being bombed by him. However, in the next second, Aguru's figure that was floating in the air suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was directly teleported behind Gris, the devil's stomach. The demon hound stretched out his purple furry arms and immediately strangled the president of the Alchemist Guild. His arms were shining with the radiance of magic. Chapter 1074. Scalding, blazing, scorching pain, as well as a huge pressure, Gris's Japanese brocade robe instantly turned yellow where Wugulu had grabbed him. A smell similar to burning hair wafted in the air, but there wasn't much smoke coming out. Damn it! Before Wugulu lifted him off the ground, the president of the Alchemist Guild suddenly bent down and took 2 steps forward. Then he quickly broke through the railings of the corridor on the 3rd floor and fell into the Alchemist Guild's hall. He fell down together with Wugulu. Although the latter had used a levitation spell on him, Gris's reaction was extremely fast, so the spell's effect wasn't obvious. At least, it didn't pull the president's 300-pound body. Go save the president. Similarly, the guards and alchemists of the Alchemist Guild didn't react in time. Only now did they react. They hurriedly rushed back to the guild hall to save the president, because they were worried about accidentally injuring Gris. Although they had flintlocks and heavy crossbows in their hands, they didn't dare to use them rashly. They could only brandish their swords and charge at Wugulu, who was holding Gris. But Wugulu didn't seem to see these people at all. The muscles on his arms bulged, and Gris's whole body creaked nonstop. Scorching Hands was more like a bonus at this time. The killing power of a simple grab was already great enough. I'll help you. Geller roared. He waved his enchanted longsword and charged at Gris, who was being held by Wugulu. It seemed like he would behead Gris in an instant. At this time, he had already made a decision. Would he fall out with Wugulu? Should he set things right and draw a clear line with this demon hound? That was a matter for later. He had to wait until they opened the vault of the Alchemist Guild. Moreover, the 4 combat units in the hall were also charging at Wugulu with all their might. They didn't even bother to look at Geller, who was close at hand. Geller felt that even if the demonic hound was not killed, it would still be seriously injured after being attacked by the 4 combat units. Now, he might as well kill Gris, Devil's Gut, directly to avoid any more trouble. Good, good, good. Seeing this, Ugula shouted out good 3 times, as though he did not care about Geller's action of wanting to snatch the kill instead of sincerely helping him block the attack. Kill this devil's stomach, then we'll open his vault and split. While mumbling, Wugulu shrugged his shoulders casually, and 2 pairs of muscles bulged out from his back like a pair of thighs. Then, the 4 muscles exploded at the same time, and 4 arms popped out from his back. Wugulu's body was visibly skinny, but his 4 new arms were astonishingly strong. 1, 2, 3. For the 4 arms on the demonic hound's back punched in 4 different directions, once again releasing the air cannons that bombarded the hall of the Alchemist Guild. The 4 air cannons landed on Wanderer, Skeleton General, Bone Crusher, and Split-Horned Bull, respectively, causing the charging of the 4 combat units to stagnate for a moment, giving the demonic hound an opportunity. "Damn you, Jinjwaga!" Wugulu roared wildly, but the sarcasm in his tone was more than madness. This seemingly rude but extremely cunning demonic hound once again used the advanced teleportation spell, grabbing Gris, and appearing behind Bone Crusher in a back-to-back posture. Moreover, his neck turned 180 degrees in an instant, and he turned to face the enemy. A pair of arms on his back suddenly stretched out, tightly grasping the 2 arms of Bone Crusher, clamping him in the palm of his hand. The other pair of arms then climbed up the combat unit's neck. As he flexed his muscles, the Bone Crusher's head was instantly pulled out from its body along with its spine. Before the combat unit fell to the ground, Wugulu grabbed the head with the spine and used it as a hammer to smash the head of the split-horned bull that had just appeared in the material world from the shadow plane. With a successful strike, he did not care whether he had succeeded or not, and immediately used the advanced teleportation spell. When he appeared again, he was directly opposite the withered skeleton Great General, using 2 hands to hold the handle of the long-handled steam-powered hammer. Wugulu's other pair of fists punched the face under the skeleton general's helmet, as well as a rune core hidden behind its breastplate by the craftsman, who made it, restoring its original appearance. Demons like the demonic hound were naturally sensitive to magic, so they quickly discovered the hidden Achilles heel of the combat unit. Bang! Bang! After 2 dull thuds, the heavily armored skeleton general took a few steps back in response, and then sat on the ground in an undignified manner. It struggled to stand up, but its armor seemed to be extremely heavy. The body that was pieced together from the bones of the demonic hound could not straighten itself. At that moment, it no longer had the demeanor of a general. It was like a skeleton that had been buried in the yellow soil. Not only that, but Wugulu had also borrowed its steam-powered hammer. The latter exerted strength in his waist and abdomen, and with his feet as the center, he twisted in a circle. The steam-powered hammer accurately smashed the side of the Wanderer's huge saber that was charging in front of him. Wugulu pressed the trigger, and the moment the 2 weapons collided, the steam-powered hammer quickly bounced more than 10 times, bending the 2-finger-thick saber. In the form of a demonic hound, Wugulu not only kidnapped the president of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild, but also fought against 4 combat units alone. Although this was also due to the limited ability of Gris, the Devil's Intestine, who controlled the combat units, and the fact that Wugulu had previously figured out their methods and figured out the corresponding combat strategy in his mind, he almost wiped them all out. This scene was really a bit shocking. Not only the people of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild, Geller and his men, but even little Dijin, who had been hiding and watching the battle for a while, was secretly a little speechless. This bard had been to many places, and was definitely not the kind of person who was ignorant. He was also a master who was about to touch the threshold of the legendary profession. At that moment, he felt that he might be at a disadvantage if he were to fight with him. Fortunately, the bard was not prepared to do that. Heroes and thieves were not recorded in books. That was the hobby of warriors, especially the berserkers. The bard would rarely carry a weapon and fight with the enemy. They had their own way of fighting the enemy, and the stories that were passed down were even more worthy of being recorded in books. Thinking of this, little Dijin was not prepared to wait any longer. After a while, if the demonic hound slaughtered all the people of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild, the stage would be empty, and it would not be beneficial for the bard to show his ability. The kobold from the Dragon family clan held a tool that looked very similar to a tuning fork in his backhand, like throwing a flying knife. He used a special technique to throw all of it out in one breath. These tuning forks were all nailed to the walls and ceiling of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild, and their positions were very hidden. Then little Dijin took out the castanets that he was used to using and the small copper drum that was engraved with many animal totems. Crackle, clink, clink, clink. Then he played the music and danced. Chapter 10, 75. There was a heavy drumbeat in the Alchemist and Pharmacist Hall, and everyone's chest rose and fell with it. For a long time, the monotonous drumbeat was the only sound. Then, with a burst of rapid drumbeats, the sound of the bone castanets was also mixed in. Blood flows in a mess, staining the sand into a paste. Breath is gone, anger is left, corpses are entangled, death is on the other side, asking where to go. It's better to die a happy death. The bleak and tragic battle song was slowly recited by Dijin. Those tuning forks, like magic tools, also trembled, making the bard's voice sound in all directions. His voice was deep and majestic, and it was not like an ordinary kobold at all. What was even more surprising was that when the battle song sounded, everyone in the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild Hall who heard this song was confused at first. Then, with the change of the lyrics, they became determined instead, and they were no longer as tired or fearful as before. What's the pity of death? Poems will spread. Dijin's voice suddenly became agitated, like an eagle flying into the sky. The bronze drum and the castanets in his hands suddenly stopped at the same time, and he shouted the oath he made with his meaty voice. The sound lingered for a long time. After using music to open the hearts of the warriors on both sides of the war, the bard implanted such a thought in them. Shout wildly, fight fiercely, and die generously. Your death will not be unknown, and I will be responsible for singing the poems written with you as the protagonists. He did not lie, and he would not deceive the warriors who had been moved by it, because this was the path he was destined to take in this life, to use music and singing to move people's hearts, compose and sing all kinds of stories. If he wanted to be promoted to a legendary bard, Dijin would stick to this path. At the same time, when he completed the contract, the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild Hall completely changed. Whether it was the half-orc warriors, the guild guards, or the alchemist and pharmacist, these people were no longer confused. Wasn't it just a battle? What was there to think about? Wah! Jie! Kill these bastards! Yes, yes, go to hell, go to hell. Squeak! The real battle that was worth writing finally broke out at this time. The chaotic battle just now was just a big fight to satisfy the desires of a few people. Fundamentally speaking, it was not a serious battle at all. At least, that was what Dijin thought. The bard hit his figure, because in the next second, a pair of fists smashed towards his back. You damn thief! Wulguru roared loudly. As soon as he discovered Dijin's whereabouts, the demonic hound used a greater teleportation spell to kill him with one punch. Although this demon was immune to the influence of little Dijin's battle song of the oath, he still underestimated the abilities of this bard. Even though he had always been jokingly called a jack of all trades, How could a person who was about to touch the threshold of legendary be so easy to deal with? Little Jin's stealth footwork was comparable to that of an experienced thief or assassin. He activated Shadow Step and disappeared into the shadows. By the time he reappeared, he was already a dozen or so yards away from the Devil Hound. There was even a pillar between them that acted as a load-bearing pillar, so he wasn't afraid of Wugulu's air cannon. The bard chuckled a few times, but soon the laughter stopped, because he put a few pieces of metal in his mouth. This thing was called a harmonica. It was held between the mouth of the performer and relied on the fingers to play a specific melody. Compared to the human bard, Jin had another advantage. He had a long tail behind him. Therefore, he did not need to use a free hand to play the harmonica. He only needed to use the tip of his tail to complete the performance. Although the music was only contained within the Alchemist Guild under the effect of the tuning forks arranged before, this made it even more condensed, and the power to bewitch people's minds was even more powerful. The orc warriors, like Geller, were instantly reminded of the various life and death battles that they had experienced in the past. It stimulated their blood to the point that they wanted to kill with all their heart and soul. The guards of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild also let go of their worries and took out their flintlocks and strong bows to shoot at Auguru, who was holding Gris hostage. At this moment, they did not care if they would accidentally injure their guild master. As for Auguru, he was not immune to the effect of the 3 musical instruments this time. Not only that, this demonic hound seemed to be the most deeply in love with the music. The voice seemed to have a magical power that connected all 5 of Wugulu's senses. He seemed to smell the smell of sulfur mixed with blood, hear the howling of thousands of demons gathered together, and see the glint of swords and sharp teeth as far as the eye could see. Dijin's new formation-breaking song actually reminded him of the terrible bloody battle he had participated in and survived when he was just born. This memory, which had been sealed for a long time, evoked the deepest fear in the demon hound's heart. He suddenly had the illusion that he had to turn around and run away. When the bullets and arrows hit his body, the real pain eased his emotions. Only then did Wulguru remember that he was no longer in the 9 prisons of Bader or in a bloody battlefield, but in the material plane of the Ash world. You little thief! Ah! The furious Wulguru flew directly to the hiding place of the bard. He did not care that there was a thick pillar in the middle. He wanted to smash it down. It would be best if he could kill the abominable bard who had suddenly appeared and almost ruined his plan. However, what he did not expect was that when he flew out, the guild master of the Alchemist Guild, who was in front of him for the demon hound at this time, it was difficult to define in front, and behind made a new move. In addition to having a literal devil's stomach, Gree Devil's Gut also had a pair of teeth that ordinary people could not compare to. The burnt silk robe in front of him was completely torn into pieces, revealing the huge mouth that had been hidden on his chest. This huge mouth full of razor-sharp teeth bit down on Wugulu's arm, and with a few crunches, swallowed the entire forearm of the demon hound into the stomach of the demon hound. Then, the huge mouth, like noodles, began to gnaw on Wulguru's whole arm little by little. This scene was both strange and bloody. It was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Chapter 1076. He panted heavily as his ribs clamped down on his lungs like a pair of pliers. He was in so much pain that it was difficult for him to breathe. Wugulu had sacrificed half of his arm in exchange for his life from the terrifying giant mouth on the chest of Gree, the Devil's Gut. You filthy half-Tana, re-bastard! The demonic hound cursed loudly. He was in a terrible mood at this time. This was because the wound that was bitten by Gree was emitting a stench that he could not ignore as if it was branded in his soul. It was unique to the Thanner re-demon, Originally, Wugulu wanted to devour Gree, the human, to make up for his 3 feeding chances. However, now that he had confirmed the identity of the other party as a half-Tana re-demon, he could announce that all his plans for this matter had come to an end. As a member of the Batsu people, even if the demonic hound's physiological system was different from most of the demons, he did not dare to take the risk of evolving by devouring the flesh and blood of the Thaner re-demon. There were only 2 results if he did that. There was a high probability that the evolution would fail, and he would die in pain due to the rejection of the blood of the Batsu and Thaner Re in his body. Even if he was lucky enough to succeed in the fusion when he returned to the 9 prisons of Bader, the stench of the Thaner Re-demon would definitely attract the disgust of more powerful demons. In the end, he would still die. You bunch of damn trash. You damn half-Tana Re-bastard. You damn meddlesome jack of all trades. Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell. The demonic hound, who was in a bad mood, did not choose his words carefully. He scolded the warriors on the side of the Orc Gale, the president of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild, Gree the Devil's Gut, and Little Dijin before desperately crashing into the ceiling above his head. This action was truly somewhat puzzling. After all, he had just sworn that he would kill everyone present. However, in the blink of an eye, this guy suddenly seemed to be fainting so that he could slip away. However, when the demonic hound crashed into the ceiling of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild with his broken body, this guy suddenly grinned at the puzzled people below. Those eerie yellow teeth looked as ferocious as they could be. Go, die. The devil hound roared this word in purgatory language. Then, in a certain place in the guild's underground warehouse, a spell trap was unsealed. Fire snakes abruptly darted out from the walls engraved with spell traps and pounced on the stacked oak barrels in front of them. Beside the barrels, there were some half-blood beastman warriors lying haphazardly. If Geller had been here, he would have recognized them as the men he had sent to transport the gunpowder he had found in the dye house of Raven, How, the head of the rat men. As it turned out, Wugulu had already intercepted them. The demon hound had used the command spell on the half-orcs who were transporting the gunpowder. After they left the city, they took a detour and returned to Thundertooth Town. They used the same tunnel to pile up the barrels of gunpowder in a place designated by Wugulu. Here, the demonic hound had secretly set up a fire trap that required him to use magic to activate it. Wugulu originally wanted to completely take over the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild. He expected that Geller would turn against him at that time. When he was in the middle of doing so, flames would spurt out and ignite the barrels of gunpowder in an instant, sending his former allies on their way. Attacking from behind and burning the bridge after crossing the river had always been a demon's specialty. Even if Wugulu had not yet finished the 3 feasts and was not considered a mature demonic hound, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had such a strong family style. However, what he did not expect was that although the barrels of gunpowder were ready and the fire trap was triggered, the barrels of gunpowder did not explode in the end. A cloud of inert gas appeared out of thin air and enveloped the barrels of gunpowder. The fire snakes that darted out of the fire trap could not touch the barrels of gunpowder at all. At this moment, a pair of huge feet appeared above Wugulu's head. Stepping on the demonic hound's face, it fell from the sky and smashed into the hall of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild. There was a fat ogre whose figure did not lose out to the hound fiends, and even surpassed it. He stood on Wugulu's shattered face, looking down at everyone in the hall with disdain. Thieves a mob and rats. The ogre stretched out a finger as thick as a carrot and pointed at Geller's orcs, the guards of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild, and the panic-stricken Gree, Devil's Gut. In a sense, Gree's achievements today were directly related to the ogre's favor. However, Gree's current business of making and selling moon candy was strictly prohibited by the scale of perpetual order. The first draft of the Chamber of Commerce's law was personally written by the ogre that appeared at this moment. Don't disappoint delicious food, or else you will grow a useless stomach. It's a pity that you don't understand this principle, Mr. Gree. Brew took a deep look at the military chef that he had once greatly admired. It was Mr. Gree who had improved the canned food of the 9 prisons of Bader with his good tongue and strong stomach, providing logistical support to the mercenaries on the front lines of the bloody war. Mr. Brew. Gree could not help but smile bitterly when he heard the ogre's words. He no longer used his arm and tattered silk robe to cover the terrifying mouth on his chest. Instead, he said frankly, "I haven't had a good meal for a long time. I don't ask for anything else, but to be able to eat a full meal and then die quickly." The ogre Brew stood there and nodded. He replied, "Yes, you will be rewarded for your past contributions." After he finished speaking, Brew, who was the most proficient in cooking and magic among the 3 ogre brothers, twisted his fingers slightly. A fine, powder-like substance rustled down and sprinkled on the head of the demonic hound that was slowly recovering from its injuries. At that moment, Woolgaroo's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the arm that had been bitten off by Gree had grown back. However, he had gained something and lost something. The demonic hound suddenly realized that he could not use any of his innate spell-like abilities at this moment. He wanted to use a high-level teleportation spell to escape, but the moment he thought of it, the spell structure suddenly collapsed. Beautiful dishes should be accompanied by hot songs and songs. Little guy, I'll do you a favor and let you join in. How about it? After processing the ingredients, Brew took out 2 gold droppings from his pocket and casually threw them to a corner of the Alchemist's Guild without looking at the direction. The bard Jin walked out from the shadows and caught them with a pair of bone castanets. Why not? The bard answered straightforwardly. Chapter 10, 77. Those who had some understanding of the management of the scale of perpetual order knew that Ogre Gourmet Brew was the easiest person to talk to. Even the low-level servants, if they had the guts, could sit at the same table as him and eat to their heart's content without worrying about angering him. On the other hand, Chief Logistics Officer Brew was the most difficult person to talk to. When discussing matters within the framework of the organization, Brew's expression would change drastically. Tonight, Brew visited the Alchemist Guild of Thundertooth Town with him as both the gourmet and the chief logistics officer. Since he was a gourmet, he could understand Gree distress and allowed him to eat to his heart's content. However, since Brew was also the chief logistics officer of the scale of perpetual order, Gree, who had committed the crime of manufacturing and selling moon candy, had to eat his last meal tonight. There was no room for mercy. Therefore, after seeing Brew appear in person, Gree Devil's intestine understood these 2 things. He didn't complain about anything because it was useless. When he was tricked by the demons to participate in the blood war in the bottomless abyss, Gree knew what it felt like to be on the brink of death. "Don't worry, don't worry." Gree repeated the words that had not appeared in his mind for a long time. His eyes were fixed on the devil hound, Ugulu, who was sent to him by Brew. Back then, I risked my life to transplant this devil's intestine. It was not only to survive the blood war, but also to hope that one day I would be able to eat the demon's flesh to my heart's content. Today it's time. Not only was saliva flowing out of Gree's mouth, but there was also a large amount of dark green liquid flowing out from the jagged teeth of the giant mouth of the abyss on his chest. He bent down and patted the numb Ugulu with his palm. The cumin that the ogre gourmet had sprinkled on the devil hound Ugulu's body not only allowed the demon to recover quickly, but it also made him unable to move. "Greedy fellow," Gree commented. Then he smiled and said, "You're as greedy as me. It's all because you're hungry." As it spoke, the devil's stomach no longer restrained its body. The set of demonic digestive organs hidden in its body instantly seized control of its body. On Griss's hands, neck, arms, in short, all the blank places on his body had round mouth parts with sharp teeth. They all went straight to his devil's stomach. No, seeing Gree, the devil's stomach lunging at him, Wugulu's heart skipped a beat. The demonic hound had a premonition that if he was devoured by this guy, he would die for real. He would not be able to return to Batsu and wait for 99 years before being reborn somewhere in the 9 hells like a normal Batsu. In fact, his premonition was very accurate. It was not because Griss Demon Gut had such an ability, but because the current Ash world was a little too special. Every night, the full moon in the sky was blood red. It was dyed red by the blood of Barzub's true body after his death. And this blood moon was actually dragging this world every minute and every second, moving towards the 9 prisons of Bader. Crunch, 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 crunch. The horrifying chewing sound instantly resounded throughout the hall of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild. Fortunately, at this time, the sudden melodious sound of the guitar diluted the impact of this horrible scene. Coupled with the thumping of the brass drum and the perfect rhythm of the castanets, it injected a new surge of courage into the hearts of everyone present. Brew put his hands behind his back and looked at the little Durkin who was playing the passionate music. Sure enough, none of the legendary professionals are simple. The ogre could not help but admire the means of this bard, and in a sense, this bard could be regarded as Brew's comrade. The ogre gourmet was a gifted warlock. When he cast various spells, he mainly relied on various tastes to stimulate the brain to simulate the feeling of the spell so that he could empathize with it. From there, he could construct a ready-made spell model. And the courage that little Durkin gave everyone now was the method of empathizing with the music simulation so that the many listeners would naturally be affected by the spell. Soon, the people who were not affected by the horrible scene of Griss eating the demon hound and then degenerating into demons finally calmed down. The demon gut had completely absorbed Ugulu into its stomach. The appearance of the president of the Alchemist and Pharmacist Guild had completely turned into a mass of intestines, and intestines at this time twisted and unstable. A large amount of bile and gastric juice of different colors flowed out and meandered in the guild hall. Very good, very good. Brew clapped his hands. The gourmet's gourmet box that was always with him had been replaced by a space bracelet. As he clapped his hands, a large piece of bright red, secretly made barbecue meat appeared in the ogre's hand. He threw it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and then swallowed it into his stomach with a gulp. In an instant, hot smoke rose from the top of the ogre's head. The extremely spicy taste caused veins to appear on his neck and face like earthworms. In just a breath, wisps of flames spurted out from his nostrils. The fat ogre patted the thick armor covering his bulging belly. The rumbling sound was like muffled thunder rolling in the room. Multicasting, flame explosion. Brew used his special skill. He waved his fist across the air, and immediately 12 bursting fireballs appeared out of thin air and quickly smashed into the demon gut. Almost at the same time, the 12 bursting fireballs exploded. Not only was there damage from the burning flames, but the accumulated explosive power also shattered the devil's intestines into pieces that were less than the size of a thumb. While the bursting fireball spell seemed crude, there were spellcasters who liked to do statistical research. Meteor Burst, the spell that the pit fiends specialized in, was a high-rank spell that was extremely typical in the school of evoking magic. While it seemed more powerful in terms of pure magic damage, it was only the sum of 30 fracturing fireballs stacked together. Blue relied on his multiple spellcasting talent to casually cast a flame blast that had more than 1/3 of the power of a meteor burst. Pit fiends could only cast meteor burst once a day, and with this ogre gourmet's tolerance for spicy barbecued meat, it was not difficult for him to casually throw out a dozen flame explosions in one go. What was even more shocking was that Brew's special skill was not only powerful, but he also benefited from years of practice. His control of the explosion was exceptionally precise. Not only did the 12 bursting fireballs hit the devil's intestine, but the shockwave of the explosion didn't spread too far and blow up the building of the Alchemist Guild. Instead, it just crashed into the underground of the Alchemist Guild. Coincidentally, that was where Gris had carefully hidden a warehouse used to manufacture and store moon candy. Everyone in the guild hall was shocked. Dijin, the bard's performance, was coming to an end. After he sang the line, "But I must eat my fill and rush away," a hero slays a thief without leaving his name behind. The doors of the Alchemist's Guild were pushed open from the outside, and a row of special forces members of the Scale of Perpetual Order wearing proper fanatic armor poured in. The guards of the Alchemist's Guild surrendered one after another. The Orc Gale led the bandits and made the same choice as the former. Dijin the Bard was taken away by Brew. The ogre felt that the line, "A hero slays a thief without leaving his name behind," was quite pleasing to the ear, and it was within the rules. There was no need for him to go against his conscience. Chapter 1078. Ramsey, west of Emerald City, 100,000 Mountains. The hunting hall was well lit, warm, and bright. Leftover pork was being forked over a fire in the distance. The bones and the last pieces of meat had already turned dark brown, and the fragrance filled the hall. When Harriman entered, the mastiffs all started barking excitedly. Several couples got up from the benches to welcome him, hugging his arms, shoulders, and hands. Of the people in his father's house, some were his father's relatives, some were people who had sworn allegiance to him, but most of them were traders and merchants, as well as some emissaries from other lords and lands. At this moment, everyone was happy and relieved that Harriman had returned safely. He expressed his gratitude to them. He didn't want to offend them. However, when they touched his injured arm, he subconsciously took a step back. He didn't want to stay at the door with these people. The swordsman who followed Hallamund was well aware of Hallamund's intentions even before he heard the words of those people. "Welcome time ends here." After a while, the swordsman said with a cold expression. He passed through the crowd and cleared a path for Harriman. "Let him pass. Now his mother will want to kiss his beardless cheek." Harriman nodded gratefully to the old warrior, then fled. He passed through the long room, past the tall rafters and roof beams that were blackened by smoke, as well as the latest woven tapestries that his father had just bought from King's Landing City. Those who felt that they shouldn't approach Harriman at the door were not acquaintances of Harriman, nor did they have any status. These people bowed to Harriman as he passed by, and Harriman nodded in return. One of them caught Hallamund's attention. It was a man of about the same age as him, perhaps slightly older. He was wearing a warrior's armor, but he carried a large spear on his back. He should be a musketeer. There was a scar from his left cheek to his neck, and his black braids were dyed brown by the firelight in the room. Harriman had never seen this man before, but he recognized the man standing beside him. This man was from Yomi's, but he had long stopped being a pirate and turned to trade. He had a lot of trade with Jadewood City. In addition, there was a dwarf named Grindel beside them. Many years ago, he had been the chief engineer of the southern mines of Emerald Wood City. After that, the dwarf traveled to other planes. When he returned this year, he paid a visit to his former employer Green, who was also Harriman's father. Green even held a banquet for him, and it was at that banquet that Harriman got to know him. As Harriman passed before them, they bowed their heads in acknowledgement of his presence. Harriman saw the curiosity in the young man's eyes. It was as if he was seeing the son of King Green for the first time and seeing someone with the name Harad for the first time. He nodded to the three of them in response, wondering who this person was as he continued to walk to the end of the hunting house. He walked past his father's high seat, around the carved walls that separated the hall from the private areas of the family, and entered the meeting hall. His father was receiving a small group of envoys, and the meeting wouldn't be over for a while. Even after it was over, he would still need to discuss with the advisors for a while. Harriman felt that he had nothing to do, so he didn't disturb the people in the meeting hall. He stuck close to the wall and walked to an oak door. He carefully pushed the door open and walked down the steps, entering the basement of the hunting house. Unlike the Green family's mansion in Emeraldwood City, this hunting house was actually just a Green family's villa in the mountains to the west. The overall shape of the house was like a ship with only 3 floors above ground. There was no prison or other ancillary buildings underground, only an inconspicuous small wine cellar. Harriman's father would only come here once every few years, partly to visit Harriman, who was stationed here, and partly to meet with the various powers in the west of Emeraldwood City. However, as the mansion he lived in all year round, Harriman had developed an underground laboratory around the wine cellar according to his interests. It was used to tinker with some of his favorite gadgets. The building above the laboratory was a beast pen located at the northeast corner of the hunting house. Because Harriman rarely hunted prey from the mountains, the place was basically in a half-abandoned state. The laboratory wasn't small, with a width of no more than 20 steps, but a length of more than 50 steps. It wasn't inferior to the indoor dueling grounds of some nobles, although the ceiling was a little low. When one turned on the eternal flame lamp controlled by the runic stone switch, yellow light would fill the room from the ceiling. Because Harriman didn't allow his servants to casually enter his laboratory, this room was rarely cleaned. It was always messy, as if a group of crazy peddlers had just set up their stalls. But because of a sudden storm, they hurriedly packed up and left, leaving behind this mess. A wooden laboratory table that was almost as long as the wall was filled with items. There were slender glass tubes, various boxes, cloth bags filled with pungent smelling powder, wood and metal materials, and complicated components made up of distillation bottles and tubes, as well as various containers. In the center of the laboratory table, there was a delicately carved 3-legged ivory cauldron with a large copper ball floating in a silver liquid. Several curved and protruding nozzles on the ball were emitting steam, while the copper ball slowly rotated. On the floor and shelves of the room, there were even more strange items: polished stones, gorse, and leather wings. There were also many metal cages by the side. Some were empty, while others contained strange creatures with coarse fur or strange feathers. Transparent, crystal-like papers were casually piled up by the curtain wall. Furthermore, there were many books in this room. Some were half closed, while others were standing upright. They covered the entire room, like huge and clumsy butterflies. Other than that, the only shelf near the wall that could be considered neat had some glass balls on it. The balls were filled with bubbling, colorful liquid, but they were not hot. There were also some boxes that seemed to be made of glass, containing shiny black gravel. The gravel was constantly arranged on its own, as if it was constantly being stirred by a breeze that came out of nowhere. It never took a second for it to settle down. Walking into his toy room, Harriman, who felt much more relaxed, couldn't help but whistle. He first took 2 quick steps forward, then crouched down, and like a squirrel in spring, he started digging at the corner of the wall. The piles of scrolls, spell cloths with runes drawn on them, and small cups and plates that were originally placed there were all thrown behind him. Finally, he stood up again, hugging a huge glass box. He struggled to walk to the laboratory table and put down the box. Then, he seemingly casually grabbed a pair of flasks from a shelf beside him. One of the flasks contained a liquid that was the color of the sunset, and smoke was coming out of it like an incense burner. The other flask was filled with a viscous blue liquid. Harriman poured the two types of potions into the glass box at the same time. The blue liquid flowed very, very slowly. When they finally mixed together, it became a clean and transparent liquid that was as fresh as the air on a mountaintop. The young master of the Green family waved his arms like a traveling entertainer. He accidentally pulled on the wound on his arm, causing him to gasp in pain. Chapter 10, 79. At this moment, a hurried knock on the door interrupted Harriman's gasp. "Who is it?" He turned his head and asked. "It's me," a gloomy voice answered. After a long pause, the voice continued. "It's me, Old Weather, the bone stubble of the bone devourer." Harriman cursed in a low voice. He always liked to use strange words. "Open the door yourself. I don't have the strength to run back and forth for an old fool." The door opened inwards, and the light in the corridor illuminated the person who came in. He seemed to be quite tall, but the strange appearance of his bowed head made it difficult to accurately judge him. A moment later, an expressionless round face appeared, like a full moon floating in the night sky, hanging weakly in front of his chest. The hair on the top of his head was as messy as grass. The person who cut his hair must have used a very blunt razor and was not skilled enough to cut his hair. "My apologies for disturbing you, young Master Hallamond, but it was your father who called me over. He hopes that you can come to the conference hall and have a chat." That person's voice was heavy and slow, like a slow dripping lard. "I got it. You can leave now." Harriman nodded and waved his uninjured arm, hinting for Weather to be tactful and leave this place. The latter was quite perceptive and saw Harriman's impatience. He immediately bowed and left the laboratory, not forgetting to close the oak door again when he went out. After waiting for about a minute, when the colorless liquid in the glass box no longer emitted smoke, Harriman unbuttoned his clothes and pulled down his sleeve, revealing his bandaged arm. He untied the blood-stained gauze, lifted the glass box with one hand, and poured all the liquid in the box onto his injured arm. Like an earthworm crawling, the colorless liquid did not fall to the ground, but all of it went into the wound. Looking at the wound that healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the swelling of his biceps that gradually subsided, Harriman finally breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, his father had ordered him to hunt that pack of ferocious badgers. It had truly been difficult for this scholar who had just graduated from Junlin City University. Without the berserker's armor, he could only use the method of exchanging injuries with his sword, allowing the leading ferocious badger to break its yellowed canine teeth between the muscles of his arm. Only then did he successfully kill the group of ferocious beasts one by one. "The old man is never wrong," Harriman said in a self-deprecating manner. He scratched his head and put on his clothes again. Before he left, he didn't forget to throw the bloody gauze into the three-legged ivory cauldron, with a copper ball floating in the middle of the experiment table. The silver liquid surged twice and cleaned the bloodstains, and even disinfected the cauldron. Then, Harriman used his fingers to fish the gauze out of the cauldron and used the steam from the copper ball to quickly dry it. He then folded the gauze and put it back into the bag at his waist. Previously, there was a time when he forgot to clean up the blood-stained gauze. As a result, a Kwai Kaling escaped from the laboratory and stole it. That little scoundrel almost stole it and sold it to a spellcaster who was at odds with the Green family. In the end, a spy from the scales of Eternity Merchant Guild stepped in and bought it back, saving Halloman's life. That time was actually quite dangerous. If he had been cursed to death by a spellcaster, Harriman, who had yet to graduate from Junlin City University but already received the honorary title of Herald, would most likely become the herald who held this title for the shortest period of time. After all, he was only 22 years old and received the title of herald less than a year and a half ago. It had only been half a year since he graduated from Junlin City University. Although it was said to be a chat, it was actually a banquet held in the main hall of the hunting house. The fire in the stove was burning brightly. Harriman's mother was draped in silk from the Japanese Mulberry region from another plane. She was wearing bright gold and silver ornaments. She passed a horn cup filled with honey wine to his father and the various local lords and nobles who came to visit. Mayor Green was wearing the traditional hunting attire of Emerald Wood City. Although he was nearing 70 years old, his appearance was no different from a man in his 30s. There was an outsider who also looked like a man in his prime sitting beside Green. It looked like he was a soft maple who lived on a new peninsula that appeared on the edge of the continent after the war in the Ramsey Plain a few decades ago. This soft maple man looked like a completely different type of ruler. His arms were full of armbands, his fingers were full of rings, his shoulders were wrapped in fur, his waist was embroidered, and his belt was hung with jewels. These were no doubt the spoils of war he had plundered many times. He looked like he had experienced more than 40 summers and winters. Judging from the scars all over his body, there must have been many torturous days. He was in high spirits when he ate and laughed. It was probably similar to how Harriman imagined him to be when he was angry on the battlefield. It seems that the rumors of the ladies of Black Willow City being very friendly are true. Taking the wine in the horn cup, the man said, "Queen of the Green family, your beauty and elegance are well known, but now I feel that those stories are not fair enough." Harriman's mother nodded and said, "Thank you for your praise, Mayor Greasus." Gurmund knew very well that every man who came to this hall felt that it was their duty to praise the Green family. Although they secretly hated and distrusted the alliance of two cities, represented by Harriman's father and mother, but Grizia's praise seemed sincere. If the women of Black Willow City were as beautiful and virtuous as you, the soft maple man continued, "I promised to let my little brats, after the New Year's ceremony, each of them will take a boat there to find a wife." Harriman's mother laughed and said, "If you flatter every woman in this hall, I will wonder why you still need to ally with the Green family, Mayor Greasus." Greasus grinned and said, "Then do you know why I'm here?" "Of course we know." Green, who was sipping the honey wine, finally opened his mouth, but his voice sounded a little insulted. "But I think it's better to wait until we're full before we discuss that matter in detail." The soft maple man pointed at the spacious main hall. "I believe that the men and women here are actually very happy to hear what I have to say here." "No," Green said firmly. "Let's talk in private." The soft maple man picked up a toothpick and picked out something from his teeth. He then nodded and said, "As you wish." Chapter 1080. When the lords talk, they talk about honor, but in their hearts, they are still thinking about business. Harriman's ears were sharp, so he heard the words of the young gunslinger 2 seats away from him. The gunslinger's eyes were unfocused, as if he had drunk too much wine, and his brain had become sluggish. However, Halloman felt that this person still maintained a rare sense of vigilance and insight. At the very least, his eyes did see something. Just this point alone made him much better than most of the guests present. Harriman stood up from his seat and pretended to toast with others as he walked toward the young man. When he approached him, the young master of the Green Clan also casually raised his cup and drank with him. However, in private, he asked in a low voice, "Excuse me, mister, do you have a premonition?" As he spoke, he did not look directly at the young man, but at the spear that the young man had casually placed on the table. This did not mean that Harriman was arrogant, but he was after all a Herad, and when dealing with people, it was not as accurate as looking at certain technological products. With just a glance, Harriman could tell that there was something unusual about the spear. It did not seem to be a flintlock spear. Moreover, although there were complicated inscriptions under the oily stains of the spear, it was not an enchanted weapon. Not only that, some of the small components on the spear reminded Harriman of something he had personally disassembled in a mechanical practical class when he was studying in King's Landing City. "I am not a prophet." The musketeer sitting at the table waved his hand and said to Harriman, "But I'm an old hunter who's used to going to various cities. Just like when winter comes, whether it's the king or the slaves, most of them can only rely on the crops they harvest in the autumn to feed themselves. Many things are traceable, and once you're used to seeing them, you can always guess pretty much what happened." "I am not convinced." Harriman finished the last piece of pork on his fork, and then picked a flat piece of bread from the gunslinger's table to ease the grease in his mouth. The taste of the fatty meat and the fragrance of the wheat made him feel like he had returned to the days when he was wandering in the forest. It was not that good, but it was not bad either. As he chewed, he said, "War will always find the king first, regardless of whether it is invited sincerely or not. And this is also another way to pass winter, other than the method you mentioned." "You are right." The gunslinger drank a mouthful of malt beer, grabbed a piece of venison rib and took 2 bites, and then naturally burped, seemingly not caring about what Harriman had just said. But although the weeds come uninvited, careful farmers know how to prevent them from destroying the crops. What about the flood and famine? The old people used to say that it was the arrangement of fate. Harriman. Cowards believe that as long as they avoid battle, they can live forever. But they do not know that there is no truce between man and death. The gunslinger threw the venison rib on the table, and Harriman noticed that the gunslinger had now sat up straight. When you see your own fate, there is only one thing you can do: face it. Furthermore, the headquarters of the Scale of Perpetual Order in King's Landing City maintains close contact with all the cities, and disaster warnings are always timely, and the grain trade route has never been cut off. Harriman smiled. The night was getting darker, and the guests attending the hunting house banquet quickly cleared their plates. They ate as quickly as the food was served. The juice of malt and honey wine flowed down their necks and beards like a waterfall. However, it was soon time for the meeting. As the host, Grimm stood up from his seat and led the few people in the hall to the meeting room. Behind him was Harriman's mother, followed by the mayor of Maple City, and at the very end was Harriman. "My apologies for interrupting your speech." Entering the meeting room, Grimm first greeted the mayor of Maple City, who was called Grisus and had the title of ring breaker. The other party was not too polite. "No need to apologize." Grisus said, "Come, let us begin the meeting that should have started long ago. It is best if the prince can also hear what I am about to say." As he spoke, he nodded to Harriman. Although Harriman wanted to explain that there was no such thing as a prince in Emerald City, Grimm stopped him with a look. Harriman sat on the right side of the throne, next to his mother, and then his father had the mayor of Maple City sit opposite them. Grisus stretched out his hand as if to take the malt wine in front of him. This was obviously an unintentional action out of habit, but because there was nothing on the table, he just put his empty hand on the linen covering the table. "It seems that the reason I am here is no longer a secret. We should all keep a little sober. The burly man nodded and continued. I want to talk about the island that has recently appeared in the Ramsey Plain. The Yomians brought some foreigners and conquered some of the natives there. It is said that those natives are the descendants of the ancient family that once had a close relationship with Dwarf Island. Now, the Yomians only have a small part of the land that has not been touched. Of course, we have already heard the news of their victory. Harriman's father, Grim of Emerald City, nodded, agreeing with Grisus's words. That place will not be easily conquered, the mayor of Maple City added. I don't know how that place managed to transport a temple of steam from Dwarf Island in one piece. They also have a powerful lord named Sunjar Ironhide. The Yamshan army definitely won't be able to take down the last settlement on the island. So, I'm gathering a fleet that's even larger than before. We're going to meet up with the Yamshans at sea. Together, our army will conquer all the remaining agents of the agent family, leaving no land for them to reproduce. He looked at the indifferent Grim and then at Harriman. Any warrior who joins us will be able to obtain fame, wealth, and land. War will find the king first, whether invited or not. Harriman recalled the ancient prophecy. The mayor of Maple City must have heard some rumors. Grim of Emerald City still had a long time to live, and this king was unwilling to hand over his wealth and land to his only son so early. Harriman had to find other land and farmland, or else he would never have anything that belonged to him. And this could also explain why this next generation successor of the Grim family was driven out of Emerald Wood City by Grim, leading several dozen people to guard a big hunting house in the Western Mountains for 2 whole years. Although Grim had purposely spread this out for others to hear, Harriman's mother and the loyal Oath Knights in the family all knew part of the real reason. However, Harriman still wanted to leave this hunting house and travel to other parts of the world to have a look. However, he knew that Grisus did not only want his sword. As Grim's son, he should bring a ship full of crew to the battlefield. However, Harriman was not foolish enough to take the initiative to speak, because he did not want to give his father a reason to drive him out of the meeting hall. Chapter 1081. Once upon a time, Dwarf Island and its agent families were very powerful. I also know that through war, we can win the wealth in the newly emerged ancient heritage. Grim gestured for everyone to look around. Some of the decorations and utensils in this room are made of refined silver. The materials were obtained from the war that established the structure of Ramsey. Your achievements are renowned far and wide, Grim said sincerely. Even among the soft maple people, the Battle of Razor Ridge is still being talked about by many people. It's fascinating. Harriman straightened his back and raised his head proudly. These are all achievements from many years ago, Grim said calmly. That was a different era. Now, what you're talking about is not just plunder and money, but crowns. You and I both know that even if all the agent survivors of Dwarf Island are conquered by the Yomians, the crown that determines their ownership will only be placed on the head of the right person. There's no such thing as first come, first served. You're speculating too much, Mr. Grim. Grim opened his arms and raised his hands, his fingers shining with golden light. Lord Keys of the Scale of Perpetual Order is a master of honor. He will reward those who survive and let people praise the warriors who sacrificed themselves in the war. Also, I swear to you that the land and treasures obtained from this expedition will be distributed fairly. What if you and the Yomians can't completely conquer the island? Although the island isn't big, it's at least 1/5 the size of the Ramsey continent. Grim seemed unmoved and continued to speak rationally. Then the Yomians, the soft maple, and the camel polar bear, and walrus mercenaries will start to fight over the marshes on the island, won't they? Your doubts are an insult to all the warriors of the expedition. Grimm's jaw and mouth tightened. However, his expression was not completely wrinkled. It was obvious that he was prepared for a soft rebuff. We will definitely defeat the survivors of the felons. Maybe you will. Halameng waited for Mon's father to pause for a moment. Perhaps with the help of the soft maple people, the expeditionary army's chances of success will be greater. However, Emeraldwood City and the 100,000 mountains under its rule won't send you ships and soldiers. They are needed here. What do you need them to do? Griss's face became visibly displeased, and his voice became harsh. Protect the lambs and cattle you keep here, or guard your dock so that you can continue to deceive those passing merchant ships that need repairs. He pointed his finger at Grimm. Don't think that no one will notice your tricks. Harriman did not know how his father would respond, but he instinctively leaned forward. At this moment, he suddenly felt that even if he couldn't escape from the hunting house that he was forced to guard, there would still be some interesting things that would be enough to change his mood. Mayor Grisus, don't think that no one here has noticed your rudeness. Harriman's mother, who was also the sister of the current mayor of Black Willow City, suddenly spoke out. Do you need me to remind you? Today, you are my husband's guest. I haven't forgotten, Grisus said sternly, but I can't let your father's disrespect to the soft maple people go unpunished. Looking at this fat lord, who was dressed like a barbarian, Harriman suddenly recalled some historical records that he had read in the Grand Library of King's Landing City. Although it was just a hobby that he had read during his leisure time, Harriman, who was born with a good memory, still remembered the general content of the book. There is no such thing as the soft maple people in Ramsey. This name is just a kind of nostalgia for the city that once existed. It's just a name used by the descendants of that city. Harriman closed his eyes and took a light breath through his nose. All the words on the book came bouncing into his eyes. Soft Maple City was the first city to be fully commercialized among the 5 cities of Ramsey. Therefore, it lacked a standing army. On the day of the cataclysm, Soft Maple City was the first city to be breached. Except for the majority of the residents who were saved by Lord Key's ingenious plan, there was nothing noteworthy about the various battles that unfolded around Soft Maple City. After the end of the war, the city completely became history. The glorious and prosperous King's Landing City rose from the ruins. Only a small number of large families fled before the city was breached, totaling 36,000 people. Because they were unable to be accepted as residents of King's Landing City, they could only settle down in the new peninsula that was uplifted from the sea and land after the Great War. They called themselves the Soft Maple People. Their natural disposition was belligerent, but they were not good at battle. Although Grisus's sudden hostility had somewhat disturbed the process of the conversation, Green still didn't show his emotions. The mature ruler's voice and manner remained calm. In addition to the reasons I've just told you, there's also a group of fugitive Japanese warriors wandering in the 100,000 mountains. It's said that they've also formed an alliance with a strange monk and a demonic fish that escaped the war by hibernating. This is also the reason why I refused to send people or ships to join you. Before the threat to this land is resolved, Emeraldwood City can't send any soldiers or ships out. Yes, of course. Grisus nodded. Those people are eager for war and conquest, and it's this reason that makes them strong. Grisus raised his eyebrows and pretended to soften his tone. But what are you going to do? If your land is in danger, you'll definitely want to go to war with them. You have to strike first before those people become strong. Otherwise, your danger will multiply. But Lord Green, Have you ever thought about where you'll get the money to recruit additional soldiers and send them to patrol the mountains? It was rumored that in the early winter, the mayor of Black Willow City, Harriman's uncle, had proposed a similar strategy when he visited Emerald Wood City. But Harriman wasn't in Emerald Wood City at that time. He didn't hear anything, although he knew that his father would probably never initiate a war. Now, listening to Greases's words, he inexplicably recalled the young soldier who had chatted with him about the fields and weeds in the banquet hall. Similarly, he also wanted to know if this soft maple person had found the right way to cut into the topic. Obviously, you can't delay any longer, Greases said sternly. Harriman's mother cleared her throat and said, "No offense, but what I want to say is, since when did the soft maple people need to give their opinions on this matter? This isn't your land, the people here don't belong to you, and those roving bandits aren't your problem." Yes, I am indeed a soft maple person. Greases stood up and leaned over the long table, his two fists pressed in front of him. But my people have not become weak like our ancestors, and now we are familiar with war. After the last mayor left office, I rediscovered my people's ambition, and we've been bleeding ever since. I'm proud to say that some of the blood is mine, my 2 sons and a grandson's. He began to tremble from the anger of the memories, but he didn't try to hide it. For 15 years, I've known nothing but war. That's why I went to that island. If I have to start a war, I'd rather kill the descendants of those agents. If I must fight endlessly, then I will fight for the land, for the lasting peace I desire, and pass it on to my children and grandchildren without end. Chapter 1082. I admire your goal. Harriman's father, Grim, who had remained calm from the start, stood up. His body was as firm as a rock. I have the same wish. I want to leave behind a strong and everlasting Emerald Wood City for my children and grandchildren. This is the biggest reason why I can't send you ships and men. You are going to fight a meaningless war. War is war. Greases suddenly roared. Fortunately, there was a silencing formation in the conference hall, so the fat man's voice did not reach the hall outside and disturb the feast that was still going on and seemed to be going on for some time. Harriman thought that Grim would refute the man's sophistry, but he remained silent. Harriman really wanted to know what his father was thinking. Of course, even if he asked, his father, who was used to educating him through action, would not reveal his thoughts to Harriman before he realized it himself. Thus, he looked at his mother, who was also looking at his father, waiting for him to speak. However, Grim still did not answer. She turned back to look at Greases. I believe I have made it very clear. The matter of Emerald Wood City has nothing to do with your war. Greases shook his head. You are harming your childs. I am the one who decides what is good for my son. Grim glared at him. His patience had finally reached its limit. Not a descendant of a merchant from Emerald Wood City who lacks land, fanaticism for war, and does not know how to maintain etiquette in front of a king. Greases slammed his fist on the table. Harriman instinctively jumped up. A hunting knife that he usually used to cut up food appeared in his hand. He was ready to fight at any time. His parents, on the other hand, were still sitting in their original seats, coldly sizing up Greases. However, 2 oath warriors covered in black armor jumped out from behind the tapestry in the conference hall. Their iron boots stepped on the uncarpeted floor, but they did not make any sound. Seeing this, the leader of the Emerald Wood people immediately leaned back and opened his palm. Please forgive my impatience. His face was still red as he bit his lips. I came here to form an alliance, not to make enemies. We are not enemies of the soft maple people, at least not in the past. We even fought side by side, Harriman's mother said. As the first daughter of Black Willow City's ruling family, She had her own knowledge and experience. She knew that both men needed a way out. We only refused to give you ships and manpower, but we didn't deny our previous friendship. This isn't worth it. Grissus lowered his chin to his chest, bowing slightly to show his respect, and then said, "Few women of the Soft Maple tribe are as generous and far-sighted as you are, Queen Lewena of the House of Green. Just as you suggested, I shouldn't shed blood in advance before the great conquest that will prove the tradition of the Soft Maple people. Neither should I fight those who are my friends by instinct." Without waiting for anyone to reply to him, Grissus turned around and strode out of the council hall. One of the Green family's sworn guards followed behind him. One reason was to activate the silence magic circle, and the other was to monitor this person's words and actions. Not long after, this Soft Maple person loudly ordered his men to leave the hall. They must have responded immediately, because the sworn guards soon returned and nodded to indicate that they had left. After the two sworn guards closed the door of the council hall and concealed themselves, only Harriman, his father Green, and his mother Lewena were left in the council hall. "What do you think?" Green rubbed his swollen forehead as he asked his only son. He had drunk too much wine today and heard too many drunken words from others. "It depends on the standpoint." Harriman thought for a moment and gave the answer that was most in line with his heart. "Emerald City doesn't need to start a plundering war now. No matter how much they flaunt their honor, it's the truth. For us, it's just a waste of lives and money. Even if we can become the winner in the end when it comes to the distribution of wealth and land, we will incur the wrath of others. Moreover, is the 100,000 mountains of Emerald City very crowded? We don't even have enough people to go to that island to settle down." Seeing that Green didn't interrupt him, Harriman paused and said, "But if I were in the Soft Maple person's position, I would really be encouraged by Grissus' lofty aspirations. What he said was very interesting. War would make everything scarce. For the Soft Maple people who had lived in the peninsula for decades, their power structure, social production, and population growth had all become saturated. War was not only an opportunity to prove honor and plunder land and wealth, it was also a good medicine to resolve internal conflicts and break the rigid balance. Of course, since it was a war, there were two possibilities of victory and defeat. That Soft Maple person is now looking for a guarantee. Even if he can't guarantee victory, he can't become the loser. This guarantee is best if it comes directly from the scales of Eternal Order or King's Landing City. But he doesn't have the ability to ask for it. That's why he first went to rope in the Yomishan people, and then found us. After all, the ports of Red Pine City and Blue Maple City are too far from that island, and Black Willow City has no port at all. Harriman's analysis was indeed more in line with Green's expectations. The ruler of Emerald Wood City nodded in agreement. In fact, Green had never doubted his only son's ability and wisdom. When he was born, the name Harriman that Green had chosen for him actually contained expectations for him. Harriman really did receive the honor of Herad at the age of 20. In the Ramsey language, the word Herad meant pioneer. And in the University of King's Landing City, this word meant that among the students of 2 or even 3 years, their academic results and aptitude were the most outstanding, and they had the qualifications to open up a new vein of learning. Before Harriman, King's Landing City University had granted a total of 7 people the title of Herad. Those 7 people were now employed by the scale of Eternal Order to set up a course in King's Landing City University, and they independently led the students to undertake some research missions. Originally, this was an honor that Harriman had nailed on the board. On the other hand, Green had already mentally prepared himself to be the mayor of Emerald Wood City for a few more decades, and then hand over the family and the name of Green to Harriman. However, on the eve of his graduation from King's Landing City University, Harriman's graduation research ran into some problems. His research involved some taboos in the Ramsey Plain. This young master of the Green family, who had outstanding aptitude, had actually whimsically researched some matters related to the emperor. Without a doubt, after the contents of his research were leaked, Harriman immediately faced a series of restrictions and censures. If Green hadn't used his connections, his only son might have even been brought to the Judicial Bureau by the spies of the Scales of Eternal Order to be locked up and interrogated under torture. Since then, although the title of Herad was not taken away, Harriman had no choice but to leave King's Landing City. The reason why Grimm had arranged for Harriman to guard this hunting house for more than 2 years was because Grimm wanted to give an explanation to the secret spy department of the Scales of Eternity and prove that he had punished his only son. Secondly, he wanted Harriman to be busy preparing for his coming-of-age ceremony in the Grimm family. Grimm wanted to use the test of hunting a hill giant or a similarly dangerous creature to let his only son put aside his research that was full of unknowns and could lead to fatal disasters. I feel that you still have something to say to me. Green looked at his only son, who was still standing in front of him, and asked, "Indeed." Harriman nodded. "I want to go with that Graces, but it doesn't represent your decision. What you should be thinking about now is how to deal with the coming-of-age ceremony in at most 2 months. Not, for the first time, Harriman interrupted his father's words. "I heard that there are tundra trolls on that island. I want to use them as hunting targets for my coming-of-age ceremony. After all, our Green family has killed too many hill giants over the generations. We should change our customs." Green snorted and said disdainfully, "Hunting an owlbear today almost cost you your life, and you still have the nerve to say anything else?" Harriman was somewhat helpless. He knew that the old warrior his father had arranged to be by his side must have reported today's situation to the person he was loyal to. That old man was once an oath guard, but because he was old, he took off his black armor. When questioned by the head of the family, even though he had taken care of Harriman since he was young, he would still tell the truth. Fortunately, Harriman had already thought of how to deal with it. As long as the target is difficult enough to deal with, every Green has the right to decide their hunting target. This is the family's tradition. You just wanted to change the customs. Green retorted, "Changing customs doesn't mean forgetting the tradition." After saying this, Harriman didn't say anything else. He just slightly bowed and put one hand on his chest. After a while, Harriman looked at the tip of his boot for a long time. His father seemed to calm down his anger. "I just said that I won't give that Graces a ship or a warrior. You want to go to that island to play? Fine, but you can't go against the order I just gave. I won't allow you to take away even one of my soldiers. In order to prevent no one from notifying me after your death, the old servant, Weather, will go out to sea with you. He doesn't know how to wield a sword, nor will he help you take care of your clothes. He is only a pair of eyes that I sent out." Chapter 1083. Because Grimm did not allow Harriman to take a warrior with him, Harriman could not choose from the soldiers stationed in the hunting hut. He knew that if he went to look for Graces, the soft maple would not want only his sword. Therefore, the young master of the Grimm family could only patiently return to the hall to drink with the others. Gurinder! Harriman first found the dwarf, who was the supervisor of the family's mining pit, and asked bluntly, "What have you been busy with recently? Are you willing to embark on a new adventure?" As he spoke, he tactfully handed over a small barrel. It was the Bergman brand dwarven beer that he had stolen from the underground wine cellar. The subterranean digger recognized the label on the barrel at a glance. Without saying a word, it took the barrel of Bergman beer, opened the lid, and drank to its heart's content. The best stuff from Oldberg's brewery. After drinking the beer, Gorlin used the back of his hand to wipe off the foam on his beard. He then used his fingers to pick up a piece of lamb rib and put it into his mouth. It was one of the essential first aid supplies in the dwarven mines. If there was an accident, a barrel of this nutritious beer would allow a dwarf to live for another week without needing to eat anything else. Harriman struck while the iron was hot. The Bergman brewery was destroyed in the fire. Since then, the Bergman brewery has been pursuing the goblin bandits who caused the disaster and has no intention of running a business. The brewery's cauldron has not been opened for more than 100 years. The Bergman brand beer that we have is either a fake or the 2,000 barrels stored in the basement of the legendary brewery. At that time, no one thought that the Bergman brewery would close the cauldron, and most of the beer that was sold was drunk on the same day. When I was researching the microbes in the sparkling drinks in King's Landing City, I bought 17 barrels of Bergman brand beer from the scale of perpetual order in 2 years. Excluding the barrel that was used during the research and the barrel that you're drinking now, I still have 15 barrels of Bergman beer in my collection. Seeing the gleam in the dwarf's eyes, Harriman knew he had won. If you can join me in this adventure, you can transport all 15 barrels of Bergman beer away with a mule cart in a month's time after deducting the normal commission. Galindo stroked his beard, put the half-empty beer barrel on the table, and extended his hand to Harriman. Deal, human cub. Their palms collided, and Harriman felt as though he had just hit a rock. But you have to remember, if you don't pay me enough, I might beat you up. But if you don't have Bergman, you're in big trouble. Trust me, you'll know what dwarf's fury is when the time comes. Just as he was about to continue popularizing dwarf's fury with Harriman, a pair of sinful palms quietly took away the barrel of Bergman beer that Galindo had just put on the table. A young gunner with a scar on his face sitting beside Grinder poured himself a mug of beer. He tilted his head back and downed the mug of beer stolen from the dwarves. Hey, that's my beer. Galindo noticed the strange look in Harriman's eyes. Following the gaze of the grim, the dwarf saw the thief who stole the beer. However, what surprised Harriman was that even though the dwarf swiftly snatched back the barrel of beer and promptly stored it into his stomach, the dwarf didn't reach for his weapon from his back. Sharing is a virtue. The young gunslinger obviously wasn't good at drinking. It didn't show when he drank the low alcohol content honey wine, but after drinking the dwarven beer that had the same alcohol content as hard liquor, his face instantly flushed red like a ripe peach. Harriman nodded his head in greeting. It was obvious that the young gunslinger had a good relationship with Galindo. Generally speaking, there were only 2 possibilities to become close friends with a dwarf who was good at fighting. Either the dwarf was very good at drinking and was rich, often treating, or the dwarf had enough killing power to deserve the respect of the dwarf. The invitation I just gave to the subterranean digger is also suitable for the other guests in this hall. The premise is that you are willing and you don't want me to give you more Bergman beer as payment. The young master of the Grimm family said wittily, and at the same time he expressed his desire for the young gunslinger to join him on his adventure. Sure, I actually don't like drinking that much, the young gunslinger said, as he let out a loud burp, which made the dwarf Galindo laugh. But my commission must be higher than this old man's. Even if it's a copper horn, it's fine. Otherwise, you better keep your mouth shut. Harriman laughed and shrugged his shoulders at the cursing dwarf, indicating that it was none of his business. Under the faint light of dawn, Harriman rode his horse in the direction of Greasus's ship. The clanging of the horse's hooves against the cobblestone road was synchronized with his heartbeat. The voice helped him push back his helplessness and frustration. If his father's farewell was another scolding, which he was already used to, then his farewell to his mother Luwena was a disaster. The tears in the woman's eyes were like a dose of medicine for regret. It made Harriman feel that he might have made the wrong decision last night. He kept urging his horse to speed up, as if the faster he ran, the more he could isolate himself from the past. The most important thing now was to move forward. He quickly reached the dock and found that Greases's ship was still there, but it was almost ready to set sail. The dwarf Galindo and the young gunslinger Hugh Hood were already waiting for him. They stood on the dock, each carrying a heavy bag, which contained all the equipment they needed for this trip. Apart from them, there was also a tall old man standing by the pier. Due to his age, he appeared somewhat stooped. He was the only person Grimm had arranged to accompany Harriman on this trip. However, for as long as he could remember, Harriman did not like this old servant of his family named Weather. He always felt that this seemingly humble servant was hiding some unknown secret. Harriman! He turned his head to look at the ship. Greases was standing on the deck, and the crew behind him raised the mast and fixed it in place. I heard that you wanted to go with me. Harriman walked closer, but did not board the ship. Yes, Lord Greases, I have the intention to go with you. I admit that I am surprised to see you. Greases nodded and said, After all, your father just offended me last night. I am not like my father. Harriman replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. So, I will not apologize for him. Very well. No one needs to apologize for the mistakes of others. Everyone must be responsible for their own actions and honor. Greases looked down at the dwarf, the young gunslinger, and old Weather. But you don't have your own ship, and you only brought 2 warriors from the Grimm family, and an old man who probably can't even hold a sword. We have swords. Harriman corrected him. However, these 2 are my adventure companions, not soldiers of the Grimm family. Old Weather doesn't use a sword, so I will pay for his food, drink, and boat expenses. He is a servant my father sent to check on my words and deeds. Do you know how to use that sword? The leader of the soft maple changed the topic and looked down at the steel sword hanging from Harriman's waist. I have done sword training and hunted owlbears alone, but I have never used it to take the life of others. Is that enough? Greases shrugged and said, It is, but before you kill, it is your turn to paddle. Don't misunderstand. Harriman, you may be a descendant of the Grimm family, but before you prove yourself, you cannot lead any warrior. I won't ask for more, Harriman said loudly. But don't misunderstand. Lord Greases, one day you will be afraid of the warriors who follow me. The soft maple laughed and waved for them to board the ship. I will wait for that day to come, just like I wait for moss to grow on a stone. Harriman jumped onto the deck of the ship from the dock, followed by Grinder and Hugh Hood. The 3 of them found a place on the deck at the bow and sat with the crew. Old Weather, on the other hand, stepped onto the ship on the trembling steps and found a place near the side of the ship to sit on the ground. Harriman observed the length of the ship. It had 16 oars on each side and could be considered a medium-sized riverboat. The first batch of oarsmen sat on their stowage boxes, ready to receive the captain's orders to paddle. The helmsman stood on the starboard side of the ship, surrounded by a group of reserve oarsmen. They would take over after the first batch of oars had rowed 1,000 times. The lookout was already in position at the bow of the ship. After a while, under Greases's orders, the ship untied the thick hemp ropes on the mooring posts. The captain stood near the mast and shouted orders to the boatmen at the side of the ship. These boatmen moved back and forth along the ship, untying the sealskin rigging and using long poles to push the ship away from the dock. Then, the oarsmen stuck their oars into the water, and the captain began to direct them to move the ship away from the dock into the deeper water in the center of the river, where the water splashed onto the deck of the ship. The oarsmen rowed the ship first to the west and then to the south. They moved around the cliff where the hunting lodge was. Even though the ship left under the watchful eyes of the building, for the first time in his life, Harriman felt so far away from it. He felt a sense of freedom, even if it was only a little. At this thought, Harriman could not help but look at Oldweather, who was dozing off at the side of the ship. Chapter 1084. Perhaps it was because Grisus had poured a glass of expensive aged wine into the river before they left, so the journey from the mountainous area of Emeraldwood City to the estuary was very peaceful for most of the time. Moreover, due to the strong wind, the boat could sail at full sail, and an oarsman like Harriman only needed to rotate the oars a few times. But even such a simple movement still scraped the skin on Harriman's hand, straining the muscles on his arm, shoulder, and back. When he complained, the young gunner, Hugh Hood, told him that he had no idea of the true fury and brutality of the ocean. When a storm comes upon a ship, it will take the oars and the men beside you with it. The waves are like rolling mountains, twisting and breaking the boat like a wet rag. Harriman was skeptical of Hugh Hood's words. Previously, when he was in King's Landing City, he had rented an advanced steamboat with a few of his friends to go fishing a few times. The furthest he went was when he and his friends went out to sea for 2 days and 2 nights, all the way to the sea outside King's Landing City. There were still signal lighthouses established by the scale of perpetual order there, and the waves were not as terrifying as Hugh Hood said. However, he still enjoyed chatting with this gunner. He thought that he was an interesting person. This could be seen from the name Hugh Hood. This name in the Ramsey language meant huge head. Presumably, Hugh Hood had a huge head when he was young. Were you a big-headed kid when you were young? Harriman asked. Not bad. Anyway, my head wasn't small. Keyes, who had changed his name to Hugh Hood, replied indifferently. People with big heads are mostly smart. And at that time, there were too many siblings. With a big head and a big mouth, I had an advantage when fighting for food. Ha 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 ha. Keyes did not mind this at all. With a big head, he thought about many things and was usually open-minded. The captain of the ship was a fat man named Grove. He had a scar across his forehead, as if someone had tried to rip his skull open. When it came to the oarsman's turn to sit, he cursed and complained, and he was often strangely resentful when he had nothing to do. It was only on the afternoon of the first day of the voyage that he learned how to keep his mouth shut when he angered the bad-tempered dwarf Grinder. The captain also had a brother on the ship. He was an unusually tall man with a broad back and powerful shoulders. His temper didn't seem to be as bad as Grove's. His name was Ulfric, and he was only a navigator, but the rest of the crew seemed to obey him. Unlike the rest of the crew, Ulfric was not suspicious of Harriman, and when Harriman noticed his stare, he nodded in response rather than averted his eyes. That afternoon, he had been the first to pull away Grinder, who had been riding on his brother and punching him, and for that he had taken 2 heavy blows from the dwarf. But the good-tempered Ulfric didn't seem to mind. On the 6th day of the voyage, they reached the soft Acer Peninsula on the western coast of Ramsey, where they joined a fleet of more than 200 ships. The tide on the coast pushed the waves back into the grassy and reed-covered land, and then dragged the water back, carving out channels and exposing vast areas of sand and mud. Harriman had never seen such a scene before. Grisus said that they would have to stay in this muddy sea for at least 3 days before they could board a large ship and cross the sea to Tapped Island, which was once occupied by the descendants of the Dwarven Agent family, to begin their journey of conquest. Their ship wandered about in the deep water far from the coast until evening, when Grove, the captain, took advantage of the tide to bring the ship ashore and anchor with the rest of the fleet near the wet, dry land. When the tide receded again, the ship and the other galleys looked like whales stranded on a beach. The crew brought out boards strung together on hinges and stepped on them across the muddy shore. The boards were bent under the weight of the crew. Then they trudged through clumps of seaweed and across salt marshes where crabs and shellfish were buried. Proud storks roamed the land, plucking prey from the mud with their beaks before picking it up and eating it. However, these elegant big birds also had to be careful because there were also some mud crabs that were not smaller than them and were heavier than them living in this swamp. If they were not careful, it was unknown who would be whose food. The wind smelled of fish and salt, and when they set foot on solid ground, some of the ships were still not used to it. After all, they had stumbled across the rough waters for some time. "How long do you think we'll be here, Hood?" Harriman asked. His question was directed at the young gunner, while the bearded dwarf was leisurely drinking his beer. God knows how Grinder managed to bring the beer on board the ship. Although Halliman did not see a single bottle of beer in the dwarf's bag, he seemed to be drinking it every day. "It depends on when the lords arrive." Keyes, who had disguised himself as Hugh Hood, scratched the scar on his face. It was a scar that Keyes had accidentally left on his face when he killed Barzub, the Lord of Hell. He did not let it disappear, but kept it on his face as a constant reminder. Then he added to Harriman, "Also, the soft maple people will at least wait until the wind and waves become favorable before setting off." Harriman glanced back at the direction of the ships. "The current situation at sea is quite favorable, so there should be no problem going out to sea. It's indeed advantageous to drive south." Quest's nostrils flared twice. "But Tapped Island is west of the Ramsey continent." When they reached the edge of the tidal beach, the sand under their feet dried and turned white, and the drifting sand formed many sand dunes. The three of them climbed up the beach and came to a grassland high up. They found the fleet's camp here. They were spread over hundreds of acres of land, almost occupying their entire field of vision. The noise coming from the campsite was like thunder rumbling in the distance. Harriman, Grisus, also came to the grassland from the beach. He motioned for Harriman to follow him. "Follow me." Harriman nodded in response, but before he left, the dwarf Grinder, the young gunner Hugh Hood, and the old servant Weather insisted on going with him in order to record the news of his death. An adventure doesn't just start with entering a battle. Taverns full of opportunities for brawls, banquet halls full of verbal sparring, and the king's palaces full of hidden dangers. These are all common starting points for an adventure. Quest used a stick tied with chicken skin to wipe the barrel of his spear as he introduced his past experience to Harriman in a serious manner. Harriman, who had the title of Herad, was a fast learner. After hearing Mr. Hugh Hood's long list of reasons, he decisively and humbly accepted it. Then he and his companions followed Grisus, who was walking in front, to a wide path. This path was between all kinds of camps and led directly to the core of the camp. Along the way, they saw blacksmiths working in makeshift blacksmiths, shipwrights taking inventory of wood, asphalt, and other supplies, tailors and weavers, merchants following the army with all kinds of goods, butchers in charge of slaughtering cattle and sheep, and bonfires gathered around them. The deeper they went, the thicker the atmosphere of life in the camp became. This place was like a moving town, although in terms of scale, it was indeed not comparable to the settlements near King's Landing City or some of the villages in Emeraldwood City, but the variety of supplies and the people who made a living still gave Harriman a refreshing feeling. Harriman also noticed that when they passed by, many warriors patted their chests with their palms. Grisus nodded in respect, and his arrival attracted the attention of many tents along the way. Of course, Grisus also noticed this. They have never seen such a handsome young man before. Grisus joked with Harriman. Perhaps it was because he was in his own territory, the leader of the soft maple tribe, who was quite serious when he hunted in the big house in Emeraldwood City, spoke with a rare sense of humor. Maybe it's because he has seen too many ugly people like Grove. Harriman said, seriously, not hesitating at all when it came to making fun of others. The dwarf, Grinder, who was walking beside him, laughed loudly. His laughter was like the sound of a horn, attracting the attention of many people. Grisus also smiled, but he still reminded Harriman in a low voice, "You still have to work with Grove for the time being." Harriman also had the same concern. It was not because of fear, but because he was worried about Groff. Grinder the dwarf had been complaining for the past 2 days, and the reason was that he had not exercised enough when he was beating people up a few days ago. Those who do not actively seek death usually live longer. Before Harriman could think of a reply, Hugh Hood interrupted and answered Grisus for him. He had just finished servicing his weapon and was carrying it on his back. Grisus looked at the young musketeer and saw that the latter was smiling and looking at him with a pair of clear eyes. The leader of the soft maple tribe did not know why, but he swallowed the reprimand that was about to come out of his mouth. Harriman took note of this. He first looked at Hugh Hood, then at Grinder the dwarf, and found that the corner of the dwarf's mouth was raised, as if he was trying hard not to laugh out loud. Well, this is also part of the adventure. Harriman now understood why Hugh Hood knew so many starting points for adventuring. Perhaps he had taken the initiative to discover them himself. They did not speak as they walked all the way to a rather large tent. This tent was built on a platform about a yard off the ground, made of wooden stakes and planks. At the entrance were 2 warriors in ringed armor, armed with spears, axes, and flintlocks. The 2 men recognized Grisus and bowed their heads in respect. But just as they were about to enter the tent, Harriman and the others were stopped by the guards. "Who is your companion, Mayor Grisus?" one of the guards asked. The gaze of the other guard was focused on Harriman. He was already gripping his weapon, ready to fight at any moment, but he sincerely hoped that this would not happen. After all, there was a short and stocky dwarf in the group, wearing armor that was obviously made by dwarves, especially since they were only a few steps away from each other. "He is Harriman." Grisus put his hand on Harriman's shoulder. "He is the son of Lord Grim of Emerald City." Beside him are his 2 adventurer companions, and an old servant sent by Lord Grim as a scribe. "His name is Weather." The 2 guards exchanged glances, and then chose to let them pass. They lifted the felt of the door and walked into the tent. Near the center of the tent was a burning stove, and blue smoke slowly drifted towards the vent at the top of the tent. Harriman noticed some tapestries and carpets, which should have been purchased from the distant King's Landing city. An ornate folding screen, made of fir, would divided the interior of the tent into several small areas. There were 6 people sitting and standing by the stove. Some of them were holding gold-plated horn cups filled with ale. From the sweaters and rings they wore, these people were lords. "Grisus!" one of them shouted, and at the same time clumsily walked from the other side of the tent. That person grabbed Grisus's shoulder. His beard and cheeks were red, and his voice was loud. It was obvious that he was the most powerful person in the tent. He was older than Grisus and most of the soft Acer people. And judging from his size, he might not be an agile warrior, but he was very strong. "His name is Rek, the council leader of the soft Acer people, and also the father-in-law of Grisus." Hearing Hugh Hood's voice in his ear, Harriman looked back at the young rifleman, who was talking in a low voice with Grindo. But it seemed that old Weather, who was standing beside him, and the others in the tent did not hear their conversation. Naturally, there was no way to reprimand this somewhat rude behavior. Ancestors bless you. You finally came back safely. Rex said, "How many ships did you bring us from Emeraldwood City?" Grisus shook his head and lowered his head. "Not a single one. In fact, it hurts me to say this. No, the feudal lords who were drinking milk tea by the fire all looked over and asked, 'Emeraldwood City's green has his own problems. In his territory, there is a group of Usanda warriors who colluded with the remnants of the lightning monk and the demonic fish. The latter should be a group of escaped slaves, but not only do they have a large number of people, but they are also good fighters. Mayor Green said that his soldiers are now busy cleaning up this group of criminals who are roaming around Emeraldwood City's territory.'" Chapter 1085. Since Grimm is short of manpower and money, he should join us to gain wealth on Tapped Island and make friends at the same time. The president of the Soft Maple Council, Rake, frowned and commented in an unfriendly tone. Grisus did not deny this, even though Harriman was standing behind him. "I also mentioned this point, but I couldn't convince them, except for one person." As he spoke, Grisus extended his thick index finger and pointed at Harriman. "This is the son of Lord Grimm and Lady Luwenna. His name is Harriman. A Grimm who hasn't experienced the adult trial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called him by his family name." Rake lowered his head and looked at Harriman. Harriman opened his mouth with a wide smile, revealing his 2 rows of teeth. Obviously, this leader of the Soft Maple Council had some understanding of the local traditions of Emerald City in Ramsey, and was not as despicable and ignorant as his slovenly appearance suggested. He was a smart man. "I'll complete the trial on Tapped Island." Harriman looked straight into Rake's eyes. "I'm going to hunt a tundra troll. I'm not doubting your courage." Rake waved his hand. "I'm just concerned. Harriman Grimson from Emerald City, how many people have you brought to us?" When Rake mentioned the family name Grimson, he deliberately emphasized his tone. It sounded like he was not as generous and open-minded as he claimed to be. 2 adventure partners and a clerk. Grisus answered Rake's and all the other Soft Maple Lords' questions on behalf of Harriman. The answer was worse than they had thought. Originally, they thought that Grimm was just unwilling to support them, even if it was just a ship. Now, it seemed that the Lord of Emerald City did not even send his son to guard them, so his attitude toward them was even more obvious. Rake's smile disappeared, and his eyes narrowed. "I disobeyed my father and joined you." Harriman felt the atmosphere in the tent, so he added, "So I can't get anything from him. I can only do my best to bring the friends I can find and the equipment I need." The other lords stood there quietly, as silent as the pine trees in winter. At this time, Rake had just finished sizing up Harriman, and at the same time he glanced at the dwarf Grinder and Keys, who had disguised himself as Hugh Hood. "He gave you a sword that looks good." In the end, the Soft Maple Council leader found an excuse for the young Emerald City prince. "Your 2 adventurer partners are passable." Grinder snorted coldly to express his attitude. From the dwarf's point of view, the human fat bastard who dared to criticize him was actually looking for a beating. If it weren't for Quest suppressing his impulse, the dwarf would have rushed up to give Rek an unforgettable lesson. This trip to Tapped Island is island. At most half a month is. After all, before you go back to Emerald City to get the Bergman brand beer, you can still come back here, Keys said softly in the dwarf's mind, but he did not fan the flames. Instead, it was as if he was stating a fact. Moreover, in terms of dwarves' lifespans, although the red-bearded Rake was the oldest human in the tent, Grinder did not call him a bastard on purpose. "I will," Grinder said, loudly. Dwarves never cared to whisper, but he found that his words could not be heard by anyone other than Keys. "I'll come back here to greet this human brat after this passable adventure is over. I'll test if his teeth are passable, and then let him experience the skills of the camp's doctors to see if they are passable." Keys laughed. Of course, other than Grinder, no one else noticed his strange behavior. He did not expect his dwarf friend to be so talkative. "Anyway, we welcome you." After speaking to Harriman, Chairman Rector turned to the other soft maple lords and said, "Since Grisus has returned, we should consider the matter of crossing the Sea of Light." He strode to the inside of the tent and sat on a stool. The stool creaked under his weight. "The Yomians have set foot on the Whale Path 2 weeks before us. Their target is a large river in the middle of Tapt Island. There are many villages and towns on both sides of the river that they can raid to replenish their supplies and recruit local servants who are willing to earn money. If everything goes well, the Yomians will be able to take over that land before they join us." An old lord stood beside Rake. His hair was gray, and a short, Ramsey short sword hung at his waist. The council president shouted at him, "Old Byrne, is there any news from your men in Tapt?" When the old lord answered, Grisus leaned closer to Gelmond. "My men are stationed at the southwest corner of the camp," he said softly. "Go find them and have a good meal. You can also buy some weapons and equipment in the camp over the next 2 days." Harriman wanted to stay and learn more about the battle, but the dwarf Grinder urged him that it was time for dinner. So he nodded and left the meeting, leaving the tent with his 2 adventurers and the inseparable old weather. The sun had already set when they came outside. Dusk fell over the camp, and scattered campfires and torches illuminated the camp. They retraced their steps and headed west where they could see the sea. The sounds of revelry filled the air. It was obvious that the fanatical warriors could not wait for war and conquest. At the border of the camp, the sea of mud came into view. The bay was filled with the black silhouettes of ships waiting to depart. They turned south and wandered between the tents, observing the faces of the warriors as they tried to find someone they knew from Grice's ship. Finally, they found the navigator, Ulrich, sitting in front of a small campfire with more than 20 soft maple people around him. Following Grisus's instructions, the group of them also sat by the bonfire. As they warmed themselves, they prepared to share the fat sheep roasting above the fire. Keys and Grinder, who had better eyesight, could see that there were some oysters and mud crabs buried in the ashes under the campfire. They had been eating oatmeal mixed with dried fruit and oil for the past few days on the ship. Now that they were ashore, they had to eat something good to make up for their stomachs. Moreover, Grisus was probably the one who paid for the food. "Harriman!" A hoarse voice shouted from the other side of the crowd. Harriman turned around. He recognized the voice. "What is it, my captain?" The captain, Groff, walked over with a barrel of spirits. Since they had to eat crusted food and couldn't drink malt beer or honey wine, Grisus had him buy a barrel of hard cider for the warriors. He put the barrel of cider on the ground, opened the lid, and took out a corner cup. He reached in and dipped some cider into the cup to moisten his throat. "Tell me, can your people fight?" Groff didn't ask Grinder or Hugh Hood this question. He knew the answer a few days ago. Not only did the dwarf's answer leave a deep impression on him, his cheeks were swollen for 2 days because of it. "Why do you ask?" Harriman asked, "To be honest, I've never personally participated in a battle. However, it's said that it's because my father and grandfather were too good at fighting that Emerald Woods territory has always been peaceful." This answer was clearly not what Groff had expected. Facts spoke louder than words. Regions that were at peace all year round were mostly because the people there were good at fighting. Only a madman would want to fight a war. They were sure to lose. He walked around the bonfire and stepped into the circle of soft maple people, but he didn't stop himself from saying something. I just want to know what kind of person you are. We soft maple people don't accept weaklings. That's enough, brother. Ulrich patted his brother's shoulder and pushed him to sit on the ground. Grinder led the way and laughed. The other soft maple people followed suit, not caring if Graf was in a daze. The little farce didn't last long. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to the food. When the fat sheep was about to be roasted, Quest took out a bag and a small cup of honey from his body. Originally, the seasoning was just some salt, but Quest took out a bag and a small cup of honey. Under the shocked gazes of the soft maple people, he mixed chili powder, cumin, cloves, and other spices with honey and smeared it all over the lamb. How generous! Harriman gave his adventurer a thumbs up. The soft maple people, including Graf, responded with cheers. Those spices were expensive specialties of King's Landing. In many places in Ramsey, spices of the same quality were even more valuable than silver cats. Well said, well said. Keyes, who had disguised himself as Hugh Hood, waved his hand. These were actually taken from the barbecue feast at the hunting lodge of your Grimm family. Your father, Lord Grimm, is the real rich man. Harriman didn't expect the spices to come from this way. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As the only son of the Grimm family, he didn't bring anything with him when he left home. Instead, he let Hugh Hood, an outsider, take a pouch of spices. Because of Keyes' generosity, he got a lamb leg for himself. Coupled with his quick hands and eyes, this seemingly young gunslinger was the first to pick out a mud crab from the ashes of the bonfire. As he chewed on the mutton, he skillfully used a small knife to pry open the crab's shell and ate the chewy crab meat inside. As he ate, he winked at Grinder from time to time, causing the dwarfs who only got lamb ribs and a few grilled oysters to feel envious. Fortunately, he didn't take out a barrel of Bergman's dwarven beer from the wine cellar of the hunting lodge. Otherwise, Grinder's mentality would have exploded on the spot. After dinner, with the consent of the soft maple people, they used a few branches to start a bonfire and brought it back to their camp. They didn't have tents. Everyone, including the young master of the Grimm family, only had a sleeping bag sewn from sealskin. A layer of wool was stuck inside the sleeping bag with fish glue. It kept them warm, and most importantly, it was waterproof and moisture-proof. Some peat was added to the embers of the bonfire. As there were a lot of soft maple people in this camp, there was a shortage of firewood nearby. However, there was plenty of peat in the nearby swamps, and the price in the camp was much cheaper than firewood. Once the fire started, they all went into their sleeping bags to rest. Of course, even in the camp, there was still a need for someone to keep watch. Keyes took the initiative to take on this task, saying that he wasn't sleepy yet. In fact, it was true. After all, for a long period of time, the Megalosaurus spent its time in hibernation in order to increase its age. In fact, he didn't feel sleepy at all. The next day, Harriman was looking for merchants in the camp who sold shields. He didn't bring a shield when he left Emerald City. He spent the whole morning asking around, but there were no leads. The camp of the soft maple people was huge and messy. It wasn't until noon that he found a merchant who was willing to sell shields. Although the shield that the merchant provided had been used before, it was very sturdy. It was made from 2 layers of spruce wood. The leather around the edges was tightly sewn, and the iron hoop on the shield was oiled to prevent it from rusting. After haggling for a long time, Harriman finally bought the 2 shields for 1 silver cat and 12 copper debs. When he left, he passed by a few tents where women were trading their bodies for less than 1 silver cat. One of the women waved at him and called out to him. For a moment, her rosy cheeks made Harriman feel that she was very cute. However, he was now carrying 2 shields, one in each hand, and the only money pouch he had brought on this trip was at his waist. It would be difficult for this woman or her friends to steal it. Therefore, Harriman made the safest choice and continued to stride forward, heading straight back to the camp. It was definitely not because he only had theoretical knowledge and no practical experience that he was embarrassed by the encounter just now. After returning to the camp, Harriman gave one of the shields to the taciturn old Weather. "When we reach Tapped Island, you will carry this shield. If my shield breaks, I will replace it with yours. In addition, you will have a higher chance of survival with this shield. After all, you still have to record my performance on this trip. Later, you will have to return to Emerald City to report to my father." Old Weather silently took the shield and did not refuse, just like how he had never refused Harriman's share of food and payment for the ship fare. However, Keyes saw all of this. He felt that Harriman had underestimated this old servant. This old acquaintance would not die so easily. However, Harriman was not to be blamed for being too young. In fact, Keyes had only recently recognized this old acquaintance. In a sense, this old Weather was one of the first people he met when he first came to the Ramsey Plain. However, most of the things back then had already passed, and few of his old acquaintances were still alive today. Chapter 1086. Another day passed, and Harriman was learning from Grinder the dwarf how to better protect himself with a shield. But after a few hourglasses of practice, news came from the camp that the fleet was about to set sail. Then Grisus appeared in the crowd, bringing with him sweet honey wine. He formally ordered everyone to dip their fingers in the wine and flick it to the ground as a gesture of offering the beautiful nectar to their ancestors. He also ordered them to board the ships and prepare to invade Tapped Island. The fleet was very large, consisting of more than 200 ships, and could transport more than 10,000 warriors at a time. However, after seeing the giant steel ships anchored at the military port of King's Landing City from afar, Harriman still felt that they were a little shabby. After all, the fleet only had 7 steamships, and most of the other ships were only sail merchant ships, or even the more backward galleys, like the ship that Harriman and the others were on. As for Grisus, like the other lords, he rode on a steamship made of steel, which was the lord's flagship. "No wonder the captain of this ship is Grove," Harriman whispered to Hugh Hood as they rode. "That lord has his own ship." The Blue Dragon, in the form of a young gunslinger, did not have any opinion on this. Not only did he have his own ship, even if all the ships of the Soft Maple tribe were added together, they would not be a fraction of his, but he did not care whether he took a ship or not when crossing the sea. The fleet sailed on the calm sea for 2 days, but on the 3rd day, a storm came roaring from the north without warning. The roaring winds and ferocious waves scattered the fleet, and every ship had to fight for themselves. Captain Grove ordered the sails to be lowered to prevent them from being blown away by the wind, and every oarsman was rowing with all their might. Harriman had to row one moment and carry a bucket to get water the next, and so on until his legs and arms became as weak as soaked reeds. The storm, the rain, and the splashing waves irritated his eyes, causing him to be unable to see anything clearly. Even though it was daytime, he could only see the endless storm. Because he did not carry a timer and could not see the sun in the sky, Harriman was soon lost in the rhythmic sound of the oars, unable to tell how much time had passed. Fortunately, the galleon was a fine ship made of splicing and scale sheets. Furthermore, the bottom of the ship was laid with a sturdy keel and ribs. The seakeeping ability was good, and it could move forward firmly in the rolling waves. Whether it was on the surging waves or in the middle of a sunken whirlpool, it was able to escape in the end. But sometimes the waves and torrents would cause the ship to turn 180 degrees from the bow to the stern. Such a large rotation would naturally cause cracks in the ship's deck, causing water to enter the ship. At that time, there was no way to boil pitch for repairs, so the crew had to use tarred wool cloth to plug the leaks in various parts of the ship. Harriman came to help, and soon he learned the trick. But every time they repaired a new ship, 2 new places to enter the ship. In the end, the deck of the ship seemed to grow a woolen carpet. Captain Groff complained loudly. "It's all because of you people from Emeraldwood City that our ancestors did not bless us." Following the captain's provocative words, Harriman noticed the strange looks in the eyes of the surrounding crew. "Be careful, Hood." Holding a piece of tar wool, Harriman reminded the young gunner in a low voice as he passed by him. "In this weather, a musket is not as useful as a sword." Keyes only shrugged his shoulders, seemingly unmoved. Harriman then looked at Grinder. The dwarf had taken down the huge hooked axe from his back and stood firmly on the deck with the axe in his hands. The surrounding crew members were somewhat afraid of this brave dwarf. Obviously, no one wanted to be chopped into pieces before drowning. As for Old Weather, Harriman was unable to find him at first. The young master of the Green family had thought that the old servant might have fallen into the sea and drowned in the storm. It took him a while to scan the entire deck with his eyes before he finally saw the shield that he had bought with money. It stood like the cover of an umbrella among the casks of provisions, which were placed under the mast. "That old man sure knows how to take care of himself," Harriman muttered. However, things did not progress to the worst. While the process was dangerous, no one on the ship drowned or was chopped into pieces by the axe. Ulfric, who was rather reputable among the crew, stood up and took charge of the situation. He stopped his brother Groff from complaining and took out a lamb from the captain's cabin. He even took out his wallet and threw all the lambs into the raging sea as a sacrifice to his ancestors. The spirits of the ancestors who are willing to bless their descendants will not ask for more, he announced with an unquestionable tone, boosting the morale of the crew. If they still want more, then they can't be the ancestors of the soft maple people. Perhaps it was because what he said made sense. Anyway, after the sacrifice, the storm gradually subsided. When the rain stopped and the weather cleared up, the crew cheered. Then, under Groff and Ulfric's orders, they used a special iron pot and carefully stored dry wood to boil the pitch. As the navigator, Ulfric had already identified the weather and location. After the storm, they would have 2 sunny days. After patching the ship with ironclad wooden planks and pitch, they could use the time to let the pitch dry. Apart from that, there was also good news. After the storm, there was an easterly wind. They could set up the sails and sail with the wind, while the oarsmen could get plenty of rest during this time. Another 3 days passed in this manner. When Harriman woke up again, he suddenly heard the cry of a turn. At first, he thought he had returned to the Ramsey continent, but he soon realized that they were on the other side of the sea. After 6 days of sailing, the ship finally arrived near Tapped Island on the morning of the 7th day. Around the ship, the fleet that had scattered due to the storm gathered once more. The warriors ate hard bread, bacon, cheese, nuts, and thick porridge that had just been cooked. That was why the Terns were attracted by the smell of food and woke up the other crew members, like Harriman, who had just woken up. Just like when they landed on the peninsula where the soft maple people lived, Tapped Island faced a mudflat. The mudflat stretched several miles to the north and south, and to the west was a salt marsh that spanned hundreds of acres. Standing on the mudflat, one could see the edge of the marsh. That should be where the soft maple people's new camp was. According to the original plan, the fleet would sail upstream from a large river in the middle of Tapped and attack the villages and towns along the coast. They would also meet up with the Yamshan army coming south from the north. However, after the storm, the lords of the soft maple people felt that it was a good idea to rest here for a while. After all, their army was here to conquer this land and plunder wealth, not to squander the lives of their warriors for the sake of the lords' arrogance. At this moment, the lords did not restrain the army and allowed them to assemble on their own. The steam-powered ships that had a deeper draft had sailed a few miles to the south and docked in a fjord, worried that they would run aground. The lords and their personal guards rode on magic carpets that were engraved with the Tansin floating disc spell. They carried their weapons and equipment and crossed the marsh to find a suitable place for the army to set up camp. The crew members who disembarked from the anchored merchant ships and galleys had to personally open up a path to the camp in the marsh. After that, the lords would listen to the captain's reports and choose the easiest path to build a path that met Ramses' standards and connected the camp to the wharf. The air in Tapt was warm and humid. Harriman's boots sank into the mud as soon as he landed. Some of the waters here were shallow, and the crew could cross on foot. However, the rest of the swamp looked deep and dangerous, and they would have to spend a lot of time and energy to bypass them. Leading the way was Hugh Hood, a quick and sturdy musketeer who was constantly describing the dangers of the marshes to the crew who followed him. Even if we know the shortcut here, we have to be careful to cross the swamp ahead. We'll have to spend at least 2 hourglasses worth of time, Quess, who had assumed the name of Hugh Hood, said as he adjusted his direction again. He walked a few hundred steps to the north of the swamp and approached a flowing river. The river was wider and flowed more slowly. This meant that the river had been formed for some years, and the land around it should be thicker. If they were lucky, they could follow the river and cross the marsh. The deeper they went into the marsh, the heavier the air they breathed. It was full of biting mosquitoes and flies. All around them were tall grasses, reeds, and poplar trees. There were also short shrubs that filled the labyrinth of brackish wetlands, shrouded in a layer of mist that seemed to never disperse. Many of the crew members were getting thirsty and wanted to stop to find water that they thought was clean. However, Keyes did not have to say anything. Ulfric and Grove would walk up to them and give them a slap on the back of the head. "If you want to die, don't do it now," the navigator reprimanded. He was more than 2 feet taller than the crew member who tried to scoop water for a drink, so he was quite intimidating. Drowning in your own waste is one of the most tragic ways to die. If you want to try, I won't stop you next time. When the sun reached the top of the trees, they finally smelled burning wood, but it was the smell of burnt smoke. The river before them widened, blackened by ash and polluted by death. There was a corpse in the reeds. It was a man. He floated on the water, and while he attracted a lot of flies, he probably had not been dead for long. The stench of the corpse was not obvious, and the body was not too swollen either. As they walked along the embankment, the crew found a second and third corpse. Not long after, they found a few more corpses. They were all men in linen clothes. Their bodies were either torn apart, cut open, or dismembered. Harriman had never seen such a death before. Old age, disease, and accidents had taken the lives of some people he knew, but he had never seen the death of looting and war. Even though he was prepared to kill a few of the Dwarf Island's proxy warriors when he left the hunting house, he hadn't killed anyone yet, nor had he seen anyone lose their life to such a violent act. In particular, from the way the deceased were dressed, they did not look like warriors at all. Instead, they looked more like honest farmers. It should be a group of goose shepherds. Keyes's voice rang in the ears of the grim family young master. Only then did Harriman notice that the musketeer he called Brother Big Head had stopped in his tracks. His face was expressionless as he patted the frowning Grinder with his palm. The dwarf seemed unhappy as he took off his wineskin and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of ale. The people who were killed were not warriors. Those who came first did not deserve the glory, Grinder said in Dwarvish. Kith didn't help him this time, because other than him and Harriman, the other soft maple dwarves couldn't understand the dwarven language, which was as hard as stone. The soft maple people did not come here for glory. Land and wealth are their true goals. Keyes also spoke to Grinder and Dwarvish, just like how you can never wake a person who is pretending to be asleep. Similarly, you can't teach those who treat vanity as a sense of honor how to distinguish the difference between the two. Seeing the other crew members looking at him with pride, Keyes smiled at them and continued to walk upstream. When they walked out of the swamp, they saw a small island surrounded by a river and a swamp. The place was filled with trees and was surrounded by nets and wooden fences. There were a few thatched huts with mud walls inside the fences. A causeway made of wooden planks connected the island to the riverbank and the swamp in the distance. The smell of burnt wood that they had smelled earlier came from that place. As they got closer, they also smelled a strong smell of bird feces. Just like what Keyes said, the corpses they saw were the goose shepherds who were herding geese on the beach. When the vanguard of the soft maple tribe arrived, they immediately took over the goose field and started a massacre. Because they were worried that the goose shepherds would leak the news, the soft maple lord led his personal guards to kill them all and threw them into the river. Chapter 1087. The goose farm was huge, and the food was readily available. Perhaps because they didn't want to smell the bird poop, the nobles who'd taken over the area didn't set up their tents in the area that was surrounded by water on 3 sides. Instead, they walked another half a kilometer inland. As one of the first waves of people to arrive, Graf and his brother Ulfric declared that they had the right to occupy one of the goose herders' huts according to the rules of the soft maple people. The other soft maple people who arrived one after another had no objections. During lunch, the young gunslinger Hugh had walked into the shed and caught 7 or 8 fat geese before breaking their necks. First, he roughly stripped them of their fur, then went to the upstream of the nearby stream to clean them one by one. Finally, he used a thin rope made of straw to tie their ankles one by one, and carried these ingredients back to the camp. The crew had already started a fire with the firewood they'd gathered. Hugh had roasted the geese over the fire. Not long after, the smell of roasted meat mixed with the smell of burning feathers and filled the yard outside the hut. The other soft maple people who'd managed to get a hut also chose to eat their lunch that way. Throughout the afternoon and evening, many people came to the goose field one after another. Some people chose to set up camp here, while others went a little further and settled in a place closer to the Lord's camp. The next morning, the nobles sent their retainers to find the captains. Grove had a few words with the man and reported the situation of his ship and the route they'd taken when they'd landed. After the Lord's squire left, Grove and Ulfric brought some more food and followed the path back to the beach to visit the remaining crew members. After about 3 hourglasses, the 2 brothers returned together. Many people had already gathered near the goose farm. Even their lord, Grisus, had come. The road which Hugh Hood had led them along, being close enough and bordering on a small river, had been chosen as the official road by the lords of the realm. What was truly unexpected was that Grisus had handed this matter over to Harriman. He's a top student of King's Landing University, the youngest person to receive the title of Herad. The elected mayor of Acer explained to everyone, although few people, including Grisus, truly understood the true meaning of the title, Herad, the people of Soft Maple must have heard of King's Landing. And they all felt that the scholars in the first city of Ramsey must be the most knowledgeable. Therefore, even Grove, who had doubted Harriman's courage many times on the ship, had no objections this time. After receiving the appointment, Halloman did not immediately direct the people to work. First, he took out a charcoal pencil and a few pieces of paper from his bag. It didn't take long for him to fill the paper with lines of words and numbers. Other than Keyes, who had disguised himself as Hugh Hood, who stood behind him and watched with great interest, the others had no concept of the mathematical formulas that Harriman had written. After the calculations, Harriman ordered the dispatched soft maple people to chop down some newly grown trees and sharpen the trunks into long wooden stakes. Following that, he mobilized everyone to dig for clay nearby, collect pebbles and gravel, and categorize them according to a few sizes. Because the categorization did not require much manpower, Harriman led the remaining laborers to make some tools such as road hammers, wooden hammers, wheelbarrows, and so on. Before leaving at night, he ordered people to find a few small boats and placed the wooden stakes on the boats to go downstream. Every once in a while, he would personally disembark and hammer the wooden stakes into the embankment. Then, he would use bark and thatch ropes to tie them together. Because the length of each rope was roughly the same, the distance between the wooden stakes was actually similar. After completing this task, he was the last to return to rest. However, he did not rest in the camp, but near the piles of clay, pebbles, and gravel guarding the site by himself. When the sun rose again, Harriman divided the soft maple people into several teams according to the number of wooden stakes. Each team was led by the most prestigious person. First, he ordered the team leaders to use large sickles and axes to chop down all the reeds and trees in the areas they were in charge of. Then, he dug out a fire belt near the salt marsh. Next, Harriman ordered people to bring oil and torches to burn all the cut-down vegetation to ashes. The ashes were not cleaned up, but used as the first layer of the foundation. The smallest pebbles were laid and mixed together. Moreover, each team was assigned a large wooden hammer with several ropes tied to it and a flattened bottom. The soft maple men used this tool to hammer away at the layer of cover to make the ash and pebbles bond more tightly. Then, using the small wooden boats as transportation, Harriman sent boatloads of clay to each section of the road that was under construction. He instructed the soft maple people to use water and mud to build a wedge-shaped roadbed on both sides of the road. When they finished this task, the 3 accompanying mages from the Lord's camp rushed over. Harriman had already calculated the time and sent someone to invite them to the Lord's camp. The 3 of them had already filled up their spell slots with mud to stone yesterday, depending on their abilities. Each of them cast 7 or 8 spells to a dozen spells, which happened to cover the entire half-kilometer-long road, and built a stone ramp for the convenience of the drainage of the road. The following work was much simpler. Harriman led his men to layer the pebbles they collected yesterday into the road. The lower layer was filled with small pebbles, while the upper layer was filled with large pebbles. Following the laying, the workers would also sprinkle gravel into the gaps between the pebbles. This way, the road would become more compact and thicker, and also ensure that the road would not accumulate water during heavy rains. Finally, they sprinkled some clay powder into the top layer of pebbles and once again hammered the road with the wooden hammer. In a little more than a day, Harriman led his men to pave a road across the swamps by the shore. Next, he led the workers to use the remaining wood to build a pier deep into the sea by the shore before it got dark. A ship like Grove's galleon could be moored at this pier and would not run aground even when the tide was low. The remaining wheelbarrows from the construction were also left here, providing great convenience for the crew who were about to unload supplies from the ship. Even Grinder had to admit that Harriman, this human brat, had a unique talent in engineering. He could even be compared to the slightly more experienced dwarven builders. Of course, in terms of quality, the dwarves did not think highly of this hastily built road. If a team of mountain giants or dwarven heavy vehicles were to make a trip here, this road would basically be destroyed. Compared to the dwarven roads, the quality of this road is much worse. Of course, he also admitted, using the soft Maple People's construction team and poor materials, Harriman's road is still considered passable. Chapter 1088. Due to his contribution in building the road, Harriman was not the only one who was rewarded. All the soft Maple people who participated in the work were rewarded as well. Their money pouches were filled with a large number of copper debentures, while Harriman had an extra 5 silver cats. With this money he bought from the quartermaster enough honey bread, blue cheese, fried nuts and fresh fruit, and ribs of freshly butchered and cut-up beef, enough for a shipload of men. Because of his actions, the crew members who were prejudiced against him because they shared a common enemy with Captain Grove changed their views of the young master of the Green family. However, Harriman had already shown his skills and became busy. The lords of the soft Maple tribe announced that they would be resting in this place for a week. Now that there were 5 days left, they gave Harriman one new task after another. Gradually, a group of low wooden houses and tall stone castles appeared at the landing site. Although this was due to Harriman's planning, it was also due to the contributions of the military mages. The wharf that was first built was being renovated and expanded almost every day. Many merchants from the soft Maple People's territory also arrived. Ships came and went carrying merchants and goods like busy bees in a hive. Old Weather had to follow Harriman around every day because he had to fulfill his promise to Grim. Among them, only Grinder and Keys were Harriman's adventurers, so they were not obligated to follow him everywhere. Unlike the dwarves who drank and ate every day and relied on fighting with some soft Maple warriors to exercise their bodies, Kith preferred to wander around the camp alone. Walking on the streets of the city, which had yet to be named, the young gunner named Hugh saw merchants and goods from all over the Ramsey Plain. There were even small, remote countries whose languages and names he had never heard of before. He drank the grape wine shipped from Lanfong City and bought himself an expensive off-road bicycle manufactured in King's Landing City. This was the only bicycle sold in the entire camp. He tasted the olive oil from Red Pine City and bought some spices and dried fruits and vegetables from the scales of Perpetual Order. He even played a few dice games with some people and a few rounds of hero's chess with some prizes. After the merchants calculated the silver cats he gave them, they would sometimes use special small silver coins to make change because they did not have enough copper and did not want to cut the fine silver coins. These coins were printed with curling runes that looked like vines. Keys recognized that these runes were derived from the common gnomish inscriptions. They were probably the local currency of Tapped Island. From this, it could be seen that this group of merchants either came from the north of the island, where the Yamshans who had conquered a part of Tapped should have the coins in their hands, or these merchants might have been here long ago, and their previous customers were most likely the descendants of the families that had once represented Dwarf Island. Keys was not surprised by this. It was the nature of merchants to pursue profits. Moreover, some of the goods sold by these merchants might have been wholesale from King's Landing City or the scale of Perpetual Order. Although Tapped Island was the residence of many felons in the eyes of the Ramseys, weren't they also Ramses humans? They were no different from the people living on the Ramsey continent. Keys had read some of the internal reference documents of the scales of Perpetual Order. The Chamber of Commerce was not inclined to use force to suppress and enslave the families who had acted as agents of Dwarf Island and their affiliated families, as well as the many freedmen who had followed them here. On the contrary, The think tank of the Chamber of Commerce believed that the more than 700,000 people living here might become a relatively large consumer market in the future, and they could trade with them. Apart from the possibility that they had come here spontaneously, the merchants of the soft Maple Peninsula might have come to Tapped Island to sell their goods at the behest of the lords. If they wanted to go on an expedition to the island, they could not avoid gathering information. The lords of the soft Maple Peninsula could not possibly have so many professional spies as the lords of the scale of perpetual order. Therefore, these merchants who came here to do business became the best candidates to carry out tasks such as spying on the various forces and drawing maps of the island. Moreover, through trading activities, they could also learn about the resources of Tapped Island and the wealth gap between different regions. For the expeditionary army of the soft Maple Peninsula who came here to do business, this information was an indispensable and valuable asset. The lords could also use this information to make more informed decisions. Of course, using peddlers instead of professional spies to obtain information was actually a double-edged sword. The lords could not meet every merchant who came here to do business, and the spellcasters who served the lords could not cast lie detection on everyone. It was entirely possible that the merchants would submit information to the various lords of the soft Maple Peninsula to receive rewards. When they came here, they would also sell information about the other side to the leaders of the various forces on Tapped Island in exchange for rewards. On the 5th day of Keys's stroll in the gradually emerging town on the bicycle, he had just finished his lunch of oat cakes, cream of mushroom soup, and roasted wild boar meat in a newly built wine house. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. There were shouts of humans, neighing of horses, and barking of dogs. All of them were mixed together. A two-wheeled carriage galloped from the woods outside the camp. It was completely out of control, and the pedestrians in the camp were so frightened that they scattered like birds and beasts. The coachman pulled the reins with all his might and put down all his weight to stop the carriage. "First aid," the coachman shouted, trying his best to calm the two frightened horses. Then, the coachman carried a man with a sallow face down from the back of the flatbed carriage. A faint scar ran across the man's forehead, as if his skull was about to be cracked open. The man was also wearing a red scarf around his neck, indicating that he was the captain of a merchant ship. The coachman was very strong. He carried the man on his shoulder and ran toward the medical tent in the camp. Obviously, he knew where to seek help. However, when he passed by the door of the izakaya, he saw that the patient's eye sockets were slightly sunken and emitted a kind of purplish-green color. Quest knew that this person was most likely beyond saving, unless this person could ask the mages who served the Lord to cast greater detoxification, or life-sharing on him. The former required a higher level of skill for the spellcaster, and the mages who followed the army probably could not cast it. The latter would permanently damage a part of the spellcaster's health. Although this damage was theoretically not directly related to one's lifespan, the weakening of the body's various functions would normally shorten one's lifespan. If the mages were not related to this person, they would certainly not be willing to pay such a price. In the afternoon of the same day, Haramond was once again summoned by Greasus, together with his two adventurer companions, Keys and Grisus, as well as his clerk, the old servant Weather. The three of them were brought to a newly erected manor. The building was rectangular in shape, about 50 yards long and half as wide. He was surrounded by a 20-foot-high stone wall, which was as thick as an adult's shoulder. The wall was first built by driving wooden stakes into the ground, then piling up mud to form a prototype. Finally, the mages cast the mud-to-stone spell to shape the wall into a solid shape. On top of the wall, there were wedge-shaped shooting holes arranged at intervals. The hall in the middle of the building was not only used as a meeting room, but it could also store food, wine, and various weapons. When necessary, it could accommodate the Lord's personal guards. The whole building was like a small fortress. It took about 400 men to build it in 2 days. There were 6 other similar fortresses, all belonging to the lords of the soft maple people. They were all connected by zip lines. If the situation was at its worst, and the soft maple people had to board the ships and withdraw from Tapoot Island, these forts could be nailed into the area like nails. They could block the retreating soft maple people from the army that might appear and pursue them. Because this mansion was designed by Harriman, he wasn't unfamiliar with the twisting corridors that were used for military purposes. Without needing anyone to lead the way, he brought his 3 companions to the Lord's Hall. Grisus was already waiting for him. The nominal mayor of the soft maple people sat on his own throne. In addition to the guards on duty, there was a stretcher covered with white cloth on the floor of the hall, and a man with a sorrowful and indignant expression standing beside the stretcher. "I need your knowledge and wisdom." Grisus went straight to the point after seeing Harriman. After landing, we sent several scouts disguised as caravans to the nearby towns to collect information. But in the end, only 2 of them returned to the camp alive, and now there's only 1 warrior left. As he spoke, Grisus gently picked up the crown on his head and then put it down again. This was a sign of respect to the person standing in the middle of the hall. As soon as Keyes entered the hall, he recognized the man as the coachman who carried the man in the camp. The man immediately placed one hand on his chest and bowed 90 degrees, returning the courtesy to Grisus. The warrior lying on the ground was not killed by swords, arrows, or bullets. Grisus stood up while holding onto the 2 handles of his seat and said loudly he was overtaken by someone on his way back and was killed by a poisoned blow dart. Life and death are decreed by fate, especially in war. No one can ask for too much. However, the warrior who returned told me that the person who pursued them was most likely not a person. If I didn't get drunk from drinking too much, that's what you would have said. The soft maple overlord looked at his subordinate, who immediately understood and said, "That's right, my lord." According to our intelligence, the pursuer we encountered was a warrior belonging to the comely family of Tapt Island. Just 1 person. Logically speaking, my team has a total of 7 members, including me, so it shouldn't be difficult to kill 1 person. But in the battle, that person was abnormally agile and powerful. It was as if he was wearing the sky-high fanatic armor from King's Landing City. However, that person was not wearing the advanced kinetic exoskeleton armor. Because we injured him during the battle, we found that the guy's body was embedded with many strange metal parts. He's like the kind of modified human mentioned in the intelligence. Grisus raised his hand and interrupted him. The overlord did not want the others present to know too much about the information he had and the source of the information. It was enough for them to know the term cyborg. Chapter 1089. Of course, Grisus did not withhold any information. Doing so would be too much, and he would be suspected of sending the young master of the Grimm family to his death in vain. He gave Harriman a burn after reading scroll. There was another spell on it that guaranteed that the scroll could only be read by 1 person. Petty to the point of cowardice, Grisus mumbled. Ever since he saw the corpses of the goose shepherds, the dwarf had become more and more disgusted with the way the soft maple people acted. However, because Keyes was standing beside him, his words were still not heard by the others. Quest looked at him in the eye, as if he agreed with what Quest said. "This is some information I know about the modified humans," Grisus said to Harriman. "You are Hallett of King's Landing University, so you should be able to understand some things. My magic consultant told me that the Tapts used some taboo technology to create those things. The soft maple mayor paused, as if he was considering his words carefully. This was not a common situation for him. The spell consultant said that not only did they use some mechanical technology from Dwarf Island, they might even have borrowed from the strange spells used by the Dark Emperor when he created the Calamity Generals. This inference is not optimistic, especially since we don't know how many of those modified humans they have. Therefore, I order you to lead a team to find traces of the modified humans, capture them, and study them so that we can learn more about these weapons of war. I hope you can use the knowledge you learned in King's Landing to discover their weaknesses. Harriman accepted Grice's order. He saw it as part of his adventure. However, Grice laughed at him. Perhaps a human child like you, who is participating in a war for the first time, can't tell the difference between war and adventure. This time, Keyes did not block the dwarf's words and allowed Harriman to hear them. However, he did not know how Harriman would think about this matter. The crescent moon in the sky shone with silver light, allowing them to see the pale road paved with gravel, but not enough to determine if there were any threats lurking in the shadows under the trees beside the road. However, they were not afraid of the bandits because the bandits probably would not expect travelers to pass by here, and it was unlikely that they would try to attack such a heavily armed group. However, the group still kept their eyes wide open, and their ears pricked up as they moved forward. About midnight, they entered a low-lying area of scrub and swamp, surrounded by a forest of oak, birch, hazel, and hornbeam. Under the cover of the leaves, the path ahead was dark. It was definitely impossible to proceed safely. Considering that they were already dozens of miles away from the landing camp, Harriman decided to spend the night here. They left the narrow road for some distance and came to a place where there were 3 great oaks, each longer than the width of one's arms. They rested among the twisted roots on the side of the trunk that faced away from the road and took turns keeping watch. They could not see the road from where they lay, but that meant that they could not be seen by anyone on the road. Harriman had brought some ropes, which he tied to the trunk of a tree to form a support. He then spread some dry branches, on which he made beds for several people. When he was in college, he had participated in several camping activities, so he knew how to keep himself away from the damp ground. He had to admit that this was a wise choice. Even the dwarf Grinder liked this hammock because it was warm and comfortable to sleep on. Before a battle broke out, it was necessary to conserve every ounce of energy. Because of this, other than the small trick of building a hammock, Harriman specially asked Grice for a horse as a means of transportation. However, as a dwarf, Grinder did not like to ride, and Keyes, who had disguised himself as Hugh Hood, had bought a wide-tire off-road moped from King's Landing City from a merchant 2 days ago. There was a metal rear seat on which Grinder the dwarf could sit and hitch a ride. Therefore, in the end, the only ones who had horses were Harriman and his clerk, Old Weather. Although he was a little dissatisfied that these 2 horses had taken half of the silver cats he had earned from his 5 days of hard work, Harriman was actually quite fond of his own steed. It was a mixed-blood soft maple horse, with some of the blood of Lawn Maple City's military horses flowing in its veins. Although it was not tall, it had great strength and astonishing endurance, and its adaptability and intelligence were also very good. It had a shiny chestnut coat, a straw-colored mane, and a white spot between its eyebrows. For some reason, Hugh Hood named it Carrot when he saw it. What was even stranger was that the horse seemed to accept this strange name. On the road, every time the young musketeer rode past it and called it Carrot, the horse would slow down and tilt its head in response. During a meal, Keyes even took a few compressed oatmeal biscuits from the grain bag that Carrot carried for him and tasted them. As this was warhorse feed from Lord Grice's personal guards, the taste was actually not bad. Some salt was added to it, and both humans and horses could replenish their salt. Carrot was initially unhappy about this, but after Keys took out a few pieces of licorice candy and fed it, the smart warhorse did not mind. But every time it stopped to rest, it would always glance at the satchel on Keys's bicycle. It was an uneventful night. Harriman was on duty as the last sentry before dawn. Thus, when everyone woke up feeling refreshed, this young master of the Green Clan was somewhat exhausted. He rinsed his mouth with water mixed with an energy potion from his water skin and ate breakfast. His tiredness gradually disappeared. Before the sun had completely risen, the group of people set off again. Not long after, the scenery in front of them gradually widened. The lazy sun rose above the ruins of a town, and the path under their feet led them there. Although this city was not small even when compared to the scale of the Ramsey continent, and it left a deep impression, its broken walls and buildings made it look deserted even when the sun shone on it, as if it was the residence of the dead. This is the result of war. Although Harriman wisely chose to go around the ruins instead of through it, when he saw the broken stone pillars, collapsed roofs, wooden pillars with marks of sharp weapons, and traces of fire covered by vines and moss, he could see the reason for the town's abandonment. Presumably, somewhere in the surroundings or in the ruins, there might be some graves that could no longer be seen. Before the Yomians and the Soft Maple people came together, the residents of Tapped Island might not have had the right to enjoy a stable and peaceful life, Sui Xiong said. Keys, who had disguised himself as Hugh Hood, had one foot on the ground and the other on the pedals of the off-road bicycle, feeling a little emotional. When people interact with each other, jealousy or other negative emotions will always be born. This is almost unavoidable, and these negative feelings can provoke conflict and lead to war. After the event, no matter how high-sounding the words are, war has nothing to do with the word honor. They soon left the ruins, and at noon they came to a Saxon town. They passed by fields and farms, and then a few houses at the edge of the town. Up ahead, Gelman saw a crossroad in the center of the town where several buildings were arranged closely together. There were places that looked like cold bread houses and malt taverns, as well as many empty market stalls. He saw that there were almost no Saxons around, as if they had all gone into hiding. But then a man came up to them and raised his hand to stop them. The man was less than 6 feet tall, but his shoulders were broad and his arms were thick. A waist-length dogskin vest clung to his chest, and there might be metal pieces embedded in it. It should be a leather cloth armor. He had a war club and a long steel dagger on his belt, buckskin tights, and a pair of leather boots on his feet. More impressively, his hair was shaved in an intricate labyrinth pattern from one temple to the other, and his bare arms under his half-sleeved linen shirt were covered with tattoos of strange swirls and hooks, which only Kith recognized as an artistically modified version of Gnomish script. His face was thin and angular, and because he had a full beard, it was hard to tell his age. But under the furrowed brows, his hostile brown eyes showed that he had been through a lot. If the adventurers were not mistaken, this man had been through many battles. Catullin has finally become peaceful. This warrior stood in front of Harriman and his companions. His eyes looked past Harriman, who was holding Radish, and stared at Harriman and his companions. What brings you guys here? There's nothing you want here. Whether you're here to ask for money or to recruit soldiers, the peaceful place of Catullin will not welcome you. From the scroll that Grisus gave him, Halamon knew some relevant information. He knew that this town was called Catullin. It was a settlement that appeared after a civil war on Tapped Island. Most of the residents here were survivors of the defeated towns. Now, they grew beans and wheat to make a living. However, this land, for some reason, did not have a new governor, so the local people could only govern it themselves. The warrior who stood in front of them was probably the law narrator, who was chosen by the local residents as described in the scroll. We're traveling north. Halamon noticed that there were 3 people standing nearby. They were all armed, and one of them even had a longbow in his hand. We don't plan to stay here, and we don't plan to disturb the peace here. We're just passing by. Then where did you come from? Fuller Ford or Onningen Avenue? The law narrator shrugged. Although it's not my job to know who comes and goes, and where they come from, and where they're going. But since travelers often bring trouble and disputes, it's my habit to ask more questions. When he said the last sentence, his eyes narrowed. Keyes, who had the keenest eyes, noticed that there was an old bruise on his neck that was almost invisible, and the wound on his lip did not seem to have dried up naturally. He should have been involved in a battle a few days ago. Chapter 1090. The law narrator suddenly drew his staff and dagger from his waist. His movements were so fast that Harriman could not see them clearly. The man wielded the weapons with both hands and twirled them skillfully. The young master of the Grimm family felt his blood boil as he tried to suppress the urge to draw his sword. The man continued to stare into his eyes, as if deep in thought, as if he was scheming something. After a while, the man grunted in satisfaction and put the 2 weapons back on his belt. He took a step back and raised his hands, the hostility on his face lessening. Catchellan's lookout post reported that 4 strangely dressed men had arrived near the town. Only then did the legal narrator rush over with his men. However, he could not bring many people with him, only 3. Most of the men were sent to help the villagers. They had already evacuated from the town's tunnels to the nearby birch forest. Before coming here, the law narrator had already mentally prepared himself. He was worried that these men were Prefect Top's warriors. After all, even though Harriman and his men were dressed strangely, the aura they exuded was undeniable. You better hurry up. His words were interrupted by the sound of 2 long horns and 1 short horn. The sound came from the birch forest where the villagers were hiding. The law narrator's expression changed when he heard it. With the same speed as before, he drew his weapon again. Without any superfluous words, the man swung his club towards Halamond, who was the closest to him. However, this was only a feint. If the opponent raised a shield to block or dodged, then the dagger in his other hand would be like a sinister viper, seizing the opportunity to bite the opponent's throat. Apart from that, the other 3 men surrounding Harriman and his men reacted. One of them immediately raised his bow and shot at the musket-wielding man. The other 2 took down their shields and pulled out their steel axes from their waists. While chanting unknown slogans, they pounced on the dwarf who had just jumped down from the back of Keyes' bicycle. After killing the long-range gunner, 2 of them went for Grindel, who was obviously a heavy-armored warrior. These men's decisions were very organized, and it was obvious that they had received corresponding training. That was why they gave up on attacking the old wiser, who was riding on the back of a humpback horse. The latter was only dressed in linen clothes and did not carry any weapons or equipment. Instead, he carried a few bags on his back. He looked like an old servant who followed his master out and took care of his master's daily needs. Good timing. Grinder pulled out his battle axe from his back and swung it at one of the shields. At the same time, the dwarf tried to use his spiked helmet to break the other shield. If nothing unexpected happened, the 2 shields and the arms of the 2 people would be torn apart by the dwarf's battle axe and spiked helmet in the next second. However, Keyes acted in time. The young gunslinger named Hugh Hood jumped up from his bicycle and somersaulted forward. Not only did he dodge the arrow that was shot at him, He also leaped over the heads of the two shield-wielding warriors that Grindel was facing. His two legs shot out at the same time and kicked the shoulders of the two men, sending them flying. At most, there would be a lump on their shoulders, but it was better than losing an arm each. Moreover, when he somersaulted, Keyes took the opportunity to pull out his spear from his back. After landing, he rushed to the front of the archer and used the spear to break the bow's arm. The muzzle of the spear was directly aimed at the head of the burly man. "Stop!" Keyes used an unquestionable tone to order the legal narrator. The man was distracted, and his hand movements slowed by half a beat. His battle club smashed into Harriman's hurriedly raised shield, but the dagger in his other hand did not reach the enemy's throat. Seeing that the legal narrator was hesitant to attack, Harriman threw the shield to the ground to show that he had no intention of killing them. He then said, "We have nothing to do with the people in the birch tree forest." After saying that, he stepped on the edge of the shield on the ground with the sole of his shoe and caught the shield that bounced up. He then turned his head and walked towards his warhorse, Carrot. With a forceful push on the saddle, he rode on the back of the horse. Without saying anything else, Harriman pulled on the reins and steered the warhorse towards the birch tree forest. What is that human trying to do? The dwarf Grinder stuck his fingers into his helmet and scratched his head as he asked Keyes in confusion. "Join in the fun, gain experience, good intentions," Keyes said nonchalantly as he put the musket back on his shoulder. "But I reckon there will be a battle to fight. Moreover, it will definitely be more dignified than fighting with a few veterans here." Whether it was Weather, who was chasing after Harriman on the back of the warhorse, or the security officers of Catchelin Town, who had just recovered from their daze, none of them understood what he said. This was because Keyes and Grinder were speaking in the Dwarven language. When Grinder heard about fighting a dignified battle, he immediately forgot about the unpleasantness of being killed by Keyes. "Then what are we waiting for?" Grinder blinked his widened eyes and said. He then turned around and chased after Harriman and Weather. Because of his eagerness, the dwarf had even forgotten to ask Quith to ride on the wide-tire bicycle for a ride. Keyes shook his head helplessly and walked to the side of the bicycle. He took out a metal chain from his satchel and chained the bicycle to the big tree beside the town. Then he also carried his gun and ran towards the birch tree forest at a seemingly slow pace, but in reality, he was not slower than his companions. The security officers, who were prepared for the worst, looked at each other. In the end, they all looked at the legal narrator. "Sir, more than a dozen of our brothers and more than 200 villagers from the town are all hiding in that birch forest," the guard with the longbow said worriedly to the legal narrator. He was originally a hunter in town. His two younger brothers and his entire family were currently hiding in the forest. Then what are we waiting for? Let's save as many people as we can from those wolf cubs. Let's go too. Hearing his words, the law narrator waved his hand and said bluntly, "But remember, we are outnumbered, so we must not fight them head-on." Chapter 1091. From the birch forest came a cavalry unit. Everyone was wearing armor, holding shields and weapons. Their armor was extremely light, and they did not wear the common iron breastplates and wide-brimmed helmets. Instead, they only wore mail armor and leather hats lined with iron plates. These people urged their warhorses to trample the bushes in the forest. From time to time, they would use their long and narrow sabers to slash at the bushes. The Catchelin villagers, who had been hiding in the birch forest, were pulled out one by the horsemen. Those who were unlucky or did not manage to dodge in time were injured. Some people wanted to resist the horsemen's violence, but in return, They were slashed at by the sabers. Their coarse clothes could not protect them. However, among the few who resisted, there were a few who were armed and caused trouble for the horsemen. They were not only constables of Catullin, but also brothers of the Speaker of the Law. They were also butchers or blacksmiths, occupations that only men of great strength can occupy. Unfortunately, their weapons were not handy. Their short sabers and axes could not cause too much damage to the horsemen, who wore mail armor and held shields. On the other hand, the horsemen's long and narrow sabers were quite deadly. Every time a rebel fell to the ground, the horsemen would shout, "Shalamash." This word meant victory in the Tapt language. Not only did they want to boost their own morale, but they also wanted to intimidate the villagers. When Harriman rode into the birch forest, the first thing he heard was this word. The young master of the Green family pulled out his steel sword with a swish. I have to remind you that what you're facing now is neither the tundra trolls nor the modified humans that Mayor Grisus mentioned. They're just a group of mercenaries under the command of a certain county governor in Tapt. Before Harriman was about to ride his horse, Old Weather, who had been keeping a distance from him, suddenly said this. Harriman pondered for a few seconds. "You're right." Hallimond nodded and sheathed his sword back into the sheath at his waist. The reason why he brought them to Catullin town was that he did not want to wander blindly in the woods looking for the cyborgs. Instead of looking for a needle in a haystack, it was better to let the cyborgs find them. Although he still did not know which county head that group of cavalrymen belonged to, their ability to spread news was definitely much better than the honest villagers who dealt with the land. Thus, under Old Weasel's astonished gaze, Harriman took out a revolver from the satchel on the horse's back. Since this was the work of Harriman's metalworking internship, when he was still in school, it wasn't a weapon provided by the Green family. That was why Harriman brought it to Tapt Island for self-defense. Of course, during the coming-of-age trial, he could not use this weapon. Since the revolver was made by himself, Harriman was very familiar with it. He took the pepper shaker, filled it with gunpowder, filled it with airtight flakes and bullets, and used the folding lever on the barrel to compress it. The entire process was done very quickly. In less than 10 seconds, he had finished reloading the 8-shot revolver. After gently turning it in his hand to make sure the bullets were tightly pressed, Harriman pulled the hammer on the revolver. With a slight squeeze of his 2 legs, the warhorse, Carrot, received the command and galloped into the birch woods like a gust of wind. With such a large target, it was impossible for the cavalrymen who were chasing the villagers in the woods to miss it. Thus, 3 of the cavalrymen immediately turned their horses around to meet this uninvited guest in a triangular formation. They saw Harriman holding a shield in his hand, but he did not draw his sword from his waist. At first, they did not think that he was here to teach them a lesson, but just a passing traveler. "Halt, intruder!" The cavalryman at the front of the formation pulled on the reins. The warhorse raised its front hooves slightly and stomped on the soft ground, neighing loudly. The cavalryman pointed his saber at Harriman and said, "The running wolves are fighting here. Those who have nothing to do with this, leave immediately, or we will take care of you as well." As he spoke, he even slashed twice in the air, the blade making a rustling sound as it cut through the air. In the intelligence scroll that Grisus gave him, Harriman had seen the introduction of the running wolves. It was the name of a mercenary under the command of Magistrate Messius. Messius was the king of the southern part of Tapt Island, a vassal of King Vixith. However, Messius wasn't a staunch supporter of the latter, and he didn't seem to care much about King Vixios's call for all the Tapts to work together against the Yamshan army. They probably didn't know that the Soft Maple had also launched an expedition. "Those people are just villagers. You don't have to use your weapons against them." Harriman stated the truth. He had learned the Tapt language on the way to Tapt, but he was not fluent in it, and his accent was not perfect either. Thus, the cavalryman who had just shouted at him immediately realized that the two travelers in the forest were most likely not Taptines. Attack! The cavalryman made a prompt decision and whispered to his companion, "These two are foreigners. Be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, he urged his horse to charge forward. The other two riders also flanked the outsider from both sides. From the looks of it, they had made up their minds to defeat Halamond in a single exchange. Haramond could not help but frown. No matter how fast a horse was, could it be faster than a bullet? He raised the revolver in his hand and pulled the trigger 3 times in a row. Bang! 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 After the 3 gunshots, the smoke from the gunpowder enveloped Haramond's figure. Radish was startled by the gunshots, and the smell of the gunpowder made the warhorse sneeze a few times. Fortunately, it was a warhorse and was naturally more courageous. Furthermore, it had become familiar with Haramond over the past few days. After leaping out of the gunpowder smoke, Haramond calmed it down a little, and the warhorse calmed down once more. As for the 3 cavalrymen, they were in a worse state. They were too close to each other, and even though Haramond did not have much shooting practice, there was no chance of him missing. The 3 cavalrymen were shot in the chest and abdomen, and their chainmail was unable to protect them from the bullets. They were even pushed off their horses by the repulsive effect of the bullets. One of them was even trampled by a frightened warhorse. Clearly, he was not going to survive. The commotion here had obviously alerted the other running wolves. When the cavalrymen saw their comrades shot off their horses with a strange weapon, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive, they all turned their horses around. They did not care about the country bumpkins who were being chased to the ends of the earth and sky, and all of them charged toward Haramond. They first urged their horses to trot, and then jogged with large strides. They did not move at all, and their pace was shockingly consistent. Without a doubt, these cavalrymen had undergone strict training, or else they would not be able to control their horses to perform such a standard charging action in the forest. Haramond lowered his body and pulled the reins, while he made Radish circle around to avoid being surrounded by the running wolf cavalrymen. At the same time, he turned his head and shouted to Old Weather, "You be careful!" He urged his warhorse to charge toward the right flank where the cavalrymen were the least. He then emptied the remaining 5 bullets in his revolver. 4 horsemen fell to the ground. One of the horsemen who was shot rolled to the side in time before his horse fell to the ground, avoiding the misfortune of being crushed under his horse. This cavalryman's ferocious nature was stimulated. After he fell from his horse, he immediately transformed into a foot soldier and raised his shield in front of his chest as he charged toward Haramond. He was a muscular, dark-skinned man with a neatly trimmed beard under the chin guard of his leather helmet. He ran to Haramond's side where he was not holding a shield. At this moment, Haramond had just emptied his magazine and did not have the time to reload. He could only throw his weapon to the ground, and hurriedly pulled out his steel sword from his waist to deflect the saber that was slashing towards his calf. Following that, he used the momentum to cut off a few of the cavalryman's fingers that were holding the saber. The clever Radish also helped its master. It raised its hoof and kicked the cavalryman's shield, sending him and his shield flying a few steps away. The cavalryman fell to the ground and spat out blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Even though he had solved the problem in front of him, the ensuing enemies were even more troublesome. Haramond was only one person, while there were more than 30 running wolf cavalrymen in this birch forest. During the battle, he received a stab to his arm. The wound was not deep, and he still had a miraculous solution in his satchel, the same one he used in the basement of the hunting lodge, that could quickly heal the wound. However, he was in the midst of a fierce battle and could not be distracted to apply the solution on himself. Just as the situation became precarious, a turning point suddenly appeared. A dwarf wearing thick plate armor finally appeared in the forest. "Finally, I made it!" Grinder excitedly shouted in the dwarven language. Then, this dwarf, who looked like a tin can, charged toward Haramond, who was surrounded by the running wolf cavalrymen. He held his hatchet with both hands and hacked left and right, splitting the cavalrymen and their horses into two. Some of the cavalrymen's sabers struck the dwarf, but the moment their weapons came into contact with Grinder's plate armor, it was as if they had hit hard granite. They could not even leave a scratch on the armor. The dwarf was engaged in a fierce battle. From time to time, he would lower his body and duck under the belly of the enemy's horse. Every time he did so, a war horse would fall to the ground with a wail. This was because the belly of the poor beast had been sliced open by the spikes on the dwarf's helmet. Blood and intestines would flow out of the horse's stomach at the same time. Chapter 1092. With the addition of a heavily armed dwarf warrior, Haramond had a moment of respite. He broke free from the encirclement and temporarily stopped. While recovering his strength, he assessed the overall situation of the battle. To his surprise, Old Weather, who was riding beside him, pulled out a dagger from his boot and stabbed a tapped wolf rider who was about to attack him. However, he saw that more people had joined the battlefield. They were riders wearing blue velvet robes over their armor. He looked at the wolf riders who were fighting with Grindel and found that the formation behind them had stabilized. While they were losing men, their line was gradually straightening out. It seemed that these people were already familiar with fighting in the woods. Suddenly, Old Weather shouted, drawing Haramond's attention back to the battlefield beside him. A tapped man, armed with a saber, was charging forward on his horse. Suddenly, his body tilted and hung on his saddle. It was the Catchellan town archer, who had run into the birch woods and shot an arrow through his chest. However, the man's horse was still moving forward, its eyes wide with fear as it charged toward Radish's flank. The collision caused both sides to fall to the ground. Radish quickly stood up, snorting angrily, and kicked and bit the horse that had knocked it down. The frightened horse turned and ran, but Radish immediately chased after it. A wolf rider on a gray stallion once again lunged forward with his sword. He was as fast as lightning, and Haramond barely dodged the attack. He could only parry without being able to retaliate until Old Weathers rushed over and stabbed the fellow to death. "Wait, young master!" The battlefield was noisy, and he could only shout. At the same time, he pulled on the reins and prepared to dismount. "Ride on my horse!" "Don't you dare dismount!" Haramond shouted. Following the Catchellan archer into the birch woods were 3 other warriors, including the law narrator. Although they were not specially trained in archery like the Catchellan archer, each of them had a crossbow, even if they did not shoot fast enough. A crossbow was easier to aim. Even a child could use it in battle. In addition to shooting at the wolf riders to slow them down, they were also calling out to the Catchellan villagers, who had just recovered from their shock, to run away from the fighting in the woods. Escape was their only way out. Haramond had not seen Hugh Hood and did not know where the young rifleman had gone. However, he did not believe that the dwarf would run away in fear. After all, he was Grinder's friend, and a brave dwarf would never treat a coward with sincerity. In fact, this was indeed the case. At this moment, Big Head had found the most dangerous place in the birch forest. However, to him, the entire Ramsey Plain was not dangerous at all. 8 people against more than 100 people. In addition to the 30 or so wolf riders that had already appeared, there were still 20 or so other riders. All of them were wearing blue velvet robes, and 50 or so infantrymen waiting outside the birch tree forest, ready to join the battle. It was indeed somewhat beyond their power. However, if one could find the right blood vessels, even a viper could kill a bull. At this moment, Keyes was like a viper hiding in the bushes. The soldiers who had assembled and were preparing to march into the birch grove were about 20 yards from him. Suddenly, there was a commotion in their ranks. The riders turned their horses around, and a rider rushed out with a hammer in his hand, shouting orders. He was riding on a mighty white war horse. This rider was wearing a breastplate plated with white pearls and enamel. On the breastplate, there was a circular pattern outlined with golden thread, exactly the same as the wolf emblem erected in the middle of the formation. He did not wear a helmet, had a beard, and his bronze face was full of anger. Strangely, the riders around him wanted to stop him, and some even reached out to pull his reins. However, when they heard the white-armored man's stern reprimand, they obediently withdrew their hands. He urged his horse to trot, then stopped and pointed at the birch grove with his hammer. He then shook his reins and led his horse into the forest, using cavalry to charge at the enemy in the woods, even with infantrymen as cover. I don't know if he's too arrogant or just really stupid. Keyes gave a negative review of the man's actions. Moreover, the armor on his body was too eye-catching. A commander like this would be a live target on the battlefield. There was nothing to say. Keyes locked onto the white-armored man with the crosshairs and pulled the trigger. Although it looked like a common flintlock gun, the gun Keyes was holding was actually an electromagnetic nail rifle. Therefore, other than the sound of the steel nails piercing through the air, there was no gunpowder explosion when it was fired, nor was there any smoke. The man's white pearls and enamel breastplate could not provide effective protection at all. The steel nails drilled 2 holes in the breastplate. Blood gushed out from the wounds. The man covered the hole in his stomach in confusion, but ignored the other wound on his back. He was at a loss. He did not know where the thing that hurt him came from, and the riders beside him were the same. However, they all urged their horses forward to protect the man in white armor, which should be red armor now, using their shields and their own bodies to provide protection. The infantrymen lost their command and became a little scattered. After a dozen breaths, a few riders used their whips to teach them to maintain order. They had no other choice but to retreat. The bugle horn sounded again, but this time it was only a long and drawn-out cry, indicating that the troops were retreating. The wolf riders that were besieging Halamund and the others were puzzled. However, they still obeyed the order, pulling their reins and quickly retreating from the battlefield. More than 30 riders, half of them were killed by the berserk dwarves and Halamund. They were about to explode from anger. However, after understanding what happened in the rear, these prideful wolf riders did not say much. Only 2 or 3 riders were left to supervise the retreat of the infantrymen, while the others were protecting the injured man. They quickly rushed to the nearest administrative area where they could obtain the help of a doctor. A horseman had already unfastened the enamel plate of the Monsignor and fastened the puncture wound with a first aid linen. To prevent the jolting of the horse from aggravating his injury, some of the riders in blue velvet robes took off their robes and tied them together to form a net to carry the wounded man. 2 of the riders fastened the net to the saddle and carried the great personage. The rest of the riders were scattered around, opening a path for them while also taking up the role of guard. They retreated in an orderly manner. Grinder cut open a piece of birch bark and drank some of its juice to quench his thirst and rinse his mouth. During the fierce battle, he was drenched in both horse and human blood. After a while, when the situation calmed down, he would have to take off the dwarven plate armor, wash it clean with water and a brush, and do some other treatment. Otherwise, the armor would probably start to rust. Keyes chewed on a piece of licorice and walked to the side of Halamund and the others. He patted the spear on his shoulder and said, "I injured an important person." He was not flaunting his achievements, but clearly described the appearance and attire of the white-armored man. Halamund, who had just found Carrot and calmed down his warhorse, immediately guessed the identity of the man. Mercius, nicknamed the White Knight, has an exquisitely crafted breastplate made of pearl-white enamel, which he always wears. Halamund took a sip of the drink he took from his saddle and continued, "If you also see him holding a 6-page Morningstar hammer, then that man is undoubtedly Mercius, because that weapon is a token bestowed by King Taptvix to his important vassals. In his kingdom, only 6 people have the authority to pick up that kind of standard weapon. It is a symbol of status." The young soldier who disguised himself as Hugh Hood shrugged his shoulders. "It seems that I really injured an important person, but he did not die immediately. If he survives, he will most likely take more revenge." As he spoke, he looked at the Catchallan villagers who were busy helping the injured and collecting the corpses. Needless to say, the first thing that man will take revenge on is these bean farmers. Haramond furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. He was troubled by some moral issues. From the perspective of the interests of the Soft Maple Expeditionary Army, it would definitely be beneficial to gain the support of the locals in a place dozens of miles away from the landing camp. But if they did that, it would be equivalent to tying the Catchallan farmers to another war chariot, and at the same time building hatred among the Taptvix. And if the situation was allowed to develop on its own, the Catchallan farmers might not only have to face the revenge of Sheriff Mercius, but they might also end up like the Soft Maple Expeditionary Army when they arrived. Keyes seemed to have seen through Halamund's dilemma, so he simply reminded him, "Maybe you want to make a decision for those people, but their fates don't seem to be in your hands." Then he pointed to the Catchallan legal officer, who was cutting firewood and preparing to dispose of the corpses. Although he was also injured, it was not serious and would not affect his work. Everyone's fate belongs to themselves. Sometimes there will be a spokesperson. Halamund sized up his adventurous companion, whom he had known for a few weeks. This was the first time he found Big Head's words to be so thoughtful outside of banter. His words were like bullets fired from the muzzle of a gun. They never missed and went straight to everyone's heart. "You're right. I have to talk to the person who is really responsible for this." You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.